and do some little subjects about different different aspects of the guitar playing. So today I'm actually gonna go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody on I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually. Can you give me some water? A bottle of water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm going to do a chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called. I don't even know this song. It's called "A Fine Romance." You see that? And it's like a jazz standard. And I don't really know this song at all. So I'm going to do a chord melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader, and I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through, and then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad, so it sounds like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. One, two, three. So that's the melody, basically. That's called "A Fine Romance." I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up an octave, okay? So the way it's written for guitar is a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody, and if I played the melody the way it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you see, I play the melody. If you can read, I play the melody up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord melody with it. So to play chord melody, you have to know what the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm going to have to play this chord. And then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp diminished 7. So I'm sight reading this. And then it's E minor 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. minor 7. 2, 3, 4. So that's the whole thing. That's the first 8 bars as a chord melody. So I was able to do that. Actually, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Actually, hey everybody, hey Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm. Okay, good job. Nice guitar. What model is it? So just so you guys know, this is an Eastman guitar. If you can see this, Eastman, and I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I like to use to be on tune with this. I play this guitar. So this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what they call a T49G V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. Then it goes up. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. So if I'm gonna play that, I'm gonna play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody's written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. So what I'm doing is I'm doing this from sight. And, this is not a hard melody. This is all quarter notes and stuff like that and quarter note triplets. What I'm actually playing, I'm actually sight reading. So I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. So if I'm going to do chord melody with it, I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. So the chords for that part is C6, then A7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So I'm going to go like this with that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a Fine Romance. I'm actually doing the melody for this. Okay, if you look closely on YouTube, I'm playing all that as chord melody now, a song I don't know. You should be able to do this on your own. Hey, someone says, hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, that's like the that's actually like the 6th degree going up the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay. And then, on the D minor, 6, that's the 6, the B, etc. So, I mean, you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now, let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this. I see a bunch of messages now on TikTok. I thank you guys for, if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note? Or is it just that's the way it is? So everybody, if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now, you know how many ways I can play the... What's it? See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing that's a pain in the butt with the guitar. So I really know the neck pretty well. I mean, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more, actually. Um, like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, a G. You have to be able to find the notes. Can't reach this one here. And etc. See all the notes I hit? So, what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to, you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So, I mean, we talk about Cage. Someone meant Cage, Victor Ribeiro. Yeah, that's kind of the same concept. So if I'm playing a C chord, people do the Cage system where you can go. Now, the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because... this is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now I'm only in the key of C. So Victor was asking about the K system. That's how it works. So the base of the K system is actually like open string chords, moved up the neck like a C chord, and move it up to an F chord, for example. And you're kind of playing the K system like that. But K system is limited because you're going to have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that, okay? That's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And, guys, I appreciate you watching. And, if you're enjoying this practice session, I'm going to make a little chat here. You could actually... I want to put something right here. Venmo. If you could, give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly, I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody. I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something, but anyway, let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh, I can't share this right now, but anyway, on TikTok, if you want to give it a donation or more, you can do this on my. You can give me a donation at PayPal, or gift me on actually on TikTok, so you can go to Venmo or Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson Music, so on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if you for helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to the chord melody called "A Fine Romance." So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in the song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You can look up this song. I don't even know this song. But, thank you, Live Action, for, Brandon, for liking my short mini lessons, okay? Those are actually from my TikTok. And thank you, TikTok, for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok, so I'm celebrating. Also on YouTube, I have about almost over 11,000 followers, and I got another 1,000 this week. I went over 10,000 actually at the beginning of the week. So thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So the chords go. That's the melody. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add. Here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars. Just like this: C6, C7. Then goes F major 7. Then A7 with the E in the bass. D minor 7. D sharp diminished 7. E minor 7. D flat 7. D6. D minor 6. G7. Then C6. You can play it like this. So the chords and the melody together like this will sound like this, guys. Watch this. So here's what's gonna happen. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I don't think I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay, and I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay, I'll go through and answer them for you. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go and play A Fine Romance. You can look that song up, chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Almost perfect. I'll play a little different now. I'm playing it a little different now. Second ending. this song as a chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I could play it maybe this better. So like the second ending, I'm kind of sight reading still. I can go. I'm trying to use the chords that are written. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and I'm just actually just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you got to know basic theory, everybody. So when I'm actually playing, I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. You have to know, you have to know the staff. You have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps, and you have to know the order of the sharps and flats. Okay. So like so the order of sharps and flats in the is like I remember it's a formula: F, C sharp, G sharp, A, etc. When I have this formula, it says Fred chases girls down at Eddie's bar. So those are all the sharps, and all the flats are beat cuff, for example. Those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps. Actually, I'm sorry about that. And then the key of C flat has the most flats, etc. So you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. But I mean, when you're playing guitar or any instrument, you don't really have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight reading, okay? So it's very important to get that together. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster, actually. If there's any other questions, please send them to me. I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor. So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. And there's the major shape, C, E, G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat 9 chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And you have to see it on the neck easily. So I know I can see easily, like, I know I can change that note there. if I'm doing it here. You have to be able to change major to minor really easy. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck of what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website that I sell for $1.99 on all the inversions and scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I could play a little bit as chord melody because this is a chord melody class. H-I-J-K. So let me see if I have it in here. I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for a request, and I don't know if it's in this book like this. I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7-string now, just for fun. Maybe take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7-string guitar. So this is an impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7-string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7-string out so I can play for you. So you know what? I'm also transmitting on YouTube because, I have a lot of followers on YouTube, but I need more views, and I need to I need to get longer videos. So I'm doing lives now, and that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online practice sessions like this, and checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record, and I'll be coming out with a record. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and check out my music. And please follow me if you're not following me right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah. Thank you, Lemmy Brazzi, for so much for your shows. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this little request from I can't see his name. I Remember Clifford, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. Just same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm tuned. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7-string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song right now. Yeah, so that was actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. Uh, I don't know who that, I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way, now someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't, you know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy. And you should know how to read notation, everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, you know, they don't take the time to learn how to read on the guitar because it's really hard to read on the guitar. So, no, I'm not using tabs at all. I know, you know, I write for a magazine, actually, acoustic guitar. Let me show you something. So I write for this magazine, acoustic guitar magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for acoustic guitar magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, I mean, and, you know, it's actually helpful for certain things like, so here's my new article right now. It's called Chord Calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of acoustic guitar if you want to pick it up. You know, it's a great, you know, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you know, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways since I can read on the guitar. So that's what I actually do. Okay, so what, you know what I do? If I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys, and I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I mean, you know, not sight reading, but I've read this before, but I don't know this song by heart, so I have to kind of look at it. If I have a request, and if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you, and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. You know, I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general because it's really good to be able to do this stuff. But you should learn how to read, but it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours, 8 hours a day, and you know, it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. Tabs aren't good for Yeah, so someone's saying tabs aren't good for stuttering, but I feel like they are. They give you more info on technique. You know, so tabs are good to tell you how to play the phrase, but the problem with tabs is you have to know the song to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it, and if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. The tabs don't tell you what the rhythms are. I mean, it'll be written below. Like sometimes it'll be written below the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms, and if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. Tabs are cool though, because I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. So that's the problem with tabs. It's a great question, but guitar players are the worst readers. I have this joke on TikTok and on Instagram that's called "Put some music in front of." How you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some music in front of them. That's how from playing. Excuse me. So that's the problem. Is you gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar, and it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford, has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing a 7 triad. So I'm just doing basic E flat major triad. Now this chord is actually E flat major 7, so you have to be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7, and I mean now if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B dominant, dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor 7, then go C minor 7 with the B flat and the bass, which is the third inversion. And then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it at 1 octave. You should be able to play it everywhere like this. You know how long it took me to learn just to do that? It took me years, actually. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, seventh arpeggio, seventh chords. I'm playing through this song right now in front of you guys. Just arpeggio, okay? And the seventh arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you can do that. And that's a real basic skill you have to learn. Hey, random user. Random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to class, actually. I'm pure class. I need to go to class. But if you're enjoying this, please definitely, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. If you're learning some new stuff and I'm helping you out, I appreciate the donation. Also, just so you know, go to my website, and I sell a lot of lessons like this at ronjacksonmusic.com. Of course, follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. You have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song, like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish. Diminish. So I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them now. You have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7, so that's actually a G7 in this key. This is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like I'll play what you call an altered scale. Leading, diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I can get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns and stuff. I'll use lines, what we call in jazz. So if I'm taking a solo, I'm using lines now in my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes and arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz, actually. So, that's what you do in jazz. You learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn tunes, and you have to, learn solos from the greats. If you're a guitar player, learn from Wes Montgomery, Charlie Christian, all the modern cats too, John Scofield, whoever. Just learn their solos, okay? Learn their solos and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes, okay? So that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what it really takes, and you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together, So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? There's some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, but I'll do these other songs. Sure. I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually you add your repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. I never say never. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you practice. Remember, all this stuff. And you know what's very important? I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay. And you need to study with somebody. I forgot to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because it's hard to learn without somebody telling you something. But a lot of people go on YouTube and TikTok for free lessons, but free lessons only take you so far. Because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. But I take lessons on rhythm with him. So this all kind of you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about his playing. You got to study with people. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over a chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. I appreciate you guys watching me. And again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback. I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on. Let me ask a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon, and it's late in New York here. So what was I going to say? Okay. Hey, Beatrice. I'm with Beatrice Bakari and Eugenia Silva. They're sending you saludos. Who's this? Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, just for you guys. It's all right here. Okay. If you'd like to donate $1 or more, and you learned a lot today. Okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning so just so you guys know, I read music and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York, and we used to do this Sunday brunch, like a gospel brunch. And I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just find the notes and play through the whole gig, 4-hour-long gig. And they paid no money, not hardly any money. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music, complicated tunes. It was just weird. But so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills when you're actually playing. So anyway, guys, let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Let me see if I can. What am I going to play here? I'm going to try to think of a song. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking. Everybody, we'll do it like I'll do a live practice session about hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody today, and I'm using 7-string guitar. But I use all styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking, finger picking, and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. Again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay. And just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too. And I'm putting these notes here. It's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, just direct message me. You can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. And if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, buy my CDs or whatever, it's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. Join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And thank you guys for watching. And you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay. I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video end now, and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. We had to do something else. Do a little different tonight. Frosty the Snowman.
How about it for Ron Jackson, Pete Zimmer, and Dan Chase? Good evening. I'm Leslie Harrison. How's everybody? A pleasure to be here in your wonderful, warm city.
This is a song that I wrote for people who walk down the street in New York City, maybe even San Francisco. I think San Francisco could be just like that too. And someone's walking behind you, and what do you do usually? You walk fast. That could happen anywhere though. Let me see. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, how's it going? I'm just checking here, and I'm actually live here on Facebook and YouTube And I'm also going live. I think I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up real quick. And if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. I'm going to actually go and go live on Instagram as well. So I'm going to do that right now on my other device. So we're all in sync right now. How's everybody doing? If there's any questions, please send them to me. This is a real last minute live here. And I'm going live actually as well on Twitch, which I never usually do. Hey everybody, how's it going on Facebook? So we'll start having people come in soon, very soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up. And if there's any questions or anything or requests, let me know. I know it's it's like a Wednesday afternoon and people are working or something. And this is my job right here. So let me go live right now on Instagram for fun. And I'm going to turn on badges on Instagram as well. Because they tell me to do that. I'm going live right now. Hey, everybody on Instagram as well. Hey, Dario. I always see Dario. Hey, Dario, what's going on, man? He's on YouTube. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm going live right now on Instagram, too. So let me do that right now. I'm actually on Instagram. Just so you know, I'm going to be on Instagram. I want to let you know that, my badges are turned on as well. So if you want to, throw a badge to my way for going live, Instagram is telling me to do that. So let me just start off with a song right now. This is a song that I used to play with Randy Weston. He actually died, I think, a year ago at least. Hey, Nancy. Hey, how's it going, Nancy? You should go live with me sometime. Nancy. Yeah, great singer. And oh, hey, Tippy's watching. My manager, all the way, in New York. And thank you for watching. I'm just going live for fun. I'm going to take requests, and I'm going to wait to some people. And just so everybody knows, I'm also live right now on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Hey, Elikard. Hey, Jessic from Poland's here watching too. And Omid 5. Thank you. Let me start off with the song that I did with Randy Weston. I used to work with Randy Weston. He just died a couple of years ago, I think. And he actually played this song that he wrote called High Fly. And he was a great guy. And what happened was his grandson started actually like they own like these great smokehouses where they smoke meat. They have a place called Brothers Smokehouse here in New Jersey, in the Jersey area, and he they actually have jazz at this place. So I played there a couple of months ago with Bernard Harper and Belden Bullock. It was a great gig. So let me start out with this song by Randy Weston called High Fly. All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you for watching. Oh, I want to make a few announcements. So if you guys, I'd like to first announce, thank you very much, YouTube, for having 16. Oh, actually, sorry, for having 30,000 new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. I'm actually live on YouTube as well, Instagram. Sorry about that. Hi, Luca. Is that Luca? I think so. Luca on Instagram. So thank you very much. Again, YouTube, for for all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up all this content, just so you guys know, and all the questions, and it's just really like a lot of work. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm trying to also I have my Patreon, and I'm trying to keep that going, and with all the lessons I put up there, it's just a lot of work. It's constant. And also, thank you very much, Instagram. I just got to 25,000, followers on the Instagram too, and I appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up with all the content on Instagram and everywhere else, so and TikTok and all that stuff. So that was a great song by Randy Weston called "High Fly," and he was a great guy to work with. I was supposed to actually have a concert honoring him at Columbia University last year at the Miller Theater with a bunch of people that worked with him, and unfortunately, it all got canceled because of COVID and things. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm supposed to be doing a tour next year in the Midwest and the West Coast, and I'm booked. It's being booked right now. By my team and everything. And right now, I hope that we can actually continue with this tour with all the stuff going on. With vaccinations and COVID and all this stuff. So everybody, do your part, and let's get things open again. And if I'm fully vaccinated. I want to go out and play some gigs, and so we got to get this going. So anyway, let me see some of the questions here. Can I hear your favorite Cole Porter tune? Oh man, that's Omit 5. Let me show this to everybody. Omid 5 asked if I had my favorite Cole Porter tune. Hey, I want to let you know, everybody on YouTube, if you enjoy what I'm doing, you can actually donate via Super Chat. There's a little $ on the right-hand side of the chat box when I'm live, and you can actually donate there if you have any requests or anything. And I need to make a couple of requests now on Instagram as well. So you guys know, on Instagram, if you're enjoying my show, you can actually also donate via badges. Okay, so badges are a new thing that Instagram's telling me to do because actually it helps us support my channel and me as an artist. So I appreciate you guys. I have a lot of we musicians have a lot of expenses and stuff like living. So that's it. So I have some more announcements. Let me continue. Let me play one of my favorite Cole Porter songs. Oh, she said, I know 5 major scale patterns. How do you start improvising over music with them and rather than just going up and down the scales? Hey, I'm going to answer that question after I play a Cole Porter tune right now. Let me see if I can think of a Cole Porter tune that let me look up Cole Porter real quick and pick up one of my favorite tunes for you guys. Because there's a lot of tunes he wrote. I'm going to look right now on the internet. So you do something to me, say magnificent. He did so many songs actually, and it's just this is a song I like doing actually a lot, and this is called "It's All Right with Me." I'm gonna do a solo guitar, okay? So this is for this is actually for Omit 5, whatever your real name is, okay? Let me see. Let me see. Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me respond to some comments now on Instagram. I don't want to leave everybody on Instagram because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms. Everybody, I'm sorry, so it's hard to keep up with everybody. I'm using StreamYard now, which is really kind of cool. So that was a great request. Thank you for the £5, whoever you were. Let me see who sent me that. I can't see that, but anyway, thank you. I honored the request. Thank you for the £5. Let me see. Let me see now. Let me go to Instagram right now and look at some of these comments. Um, I'm taking requests and also just playing for fun. It's funny. I end up doing all this kind of business and stuff. I'm booking a tour. I'm about to do. Actually, everybody, I'm going to be announcing an Indiegogo to do my new album. Okay. It's a follow up to my last album because right now, you know, uh, right now I'm actually doing a new album that's a follow up for this album called Standards and Other Songs. And so, I'm going to be actually announcing that very soon. Thank you, Omid5, for your donation on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So be on the lookout. It's going to start September 8th. It's going to be a big thing. I'm going to have some great musicians on there. I'm going to have the great Wheeler Jones III on drums, Ben Wolf on the bass. All these guys who played with Winton and everybody, Roy Hargrove. It's going to be a great band, and I'm going to have special guests like Clark Gayton on trombone. So it's going to be coming out actually at the same time as my tour in the Midwest, which I'm going to be announcing soon. There's a lot of stuff going on, way too much stuff, and I'm going to start working on some of my performances here in New York City too. And it's just hard to keep up with all the social media and everything, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much. I'm going to actually. Someone had a question now. Let me look on Instagram first and make sure I can answer some of these questions because I can't. For some reason, I can't see everything here. Let me see some of the questions on Instagram right now. Just Chris, do you have one white string on here? No, it's just this is actually a wound 7 string on my guitar. So everybody always asks about my strings. So I have them right here ready for you to look at. So these are my jazz tape strings, everybody. Okay. And this is actually, let me take out this comment right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Omid5. Okay, look at this. These are my jazz tapes that I use from La Bella. Okay. And jazz tapes are really great. They're like 2 wound strings. Oops, excuse me. That fell. They're 2 wound strings. I mean, just regular steel strings. Then 4 tape wound strings. And this is a round wound bass string. Okay. So that's a really good question, Jethro, on Instagram. So now Let me go and actually. Yeah. Thank you. Glenn, I wish I could make a donation. You don't have a single gig since. Oh, sorry about that, Glenn. Let me see. I want to ask you a question before that. I know 5 major scale patterns. So that's I can't even say your name. His Heck Despande. Um, do I start? How do I start improvising over music with them, rather than just playing up and down the scales? Ab his um, he's asking about major scales. So if you play like let's say you're playing a C major scale, and you play over a C major chord like this, you can do different kinds of techniques. You can actually arpeggiate the C major scale. Okay, you can actually use approach notes for each chord tone. So I'm using a half step below. I mean, there's 16 of them actually, and actually the 16 approach notes are different ones. Okay, I could do all those different kinds of approach notes. So you don't have to just play the scale tones. You can use approach notes, enclosures they call it. So I'm using passing tones, which is actually bebop related. So there's so many things you can actually do with a major scale. That's not just going to scale like this. You know, you can. It sounds like major scale when you're doing that. It's not jazz. So just so you know, jazz is really a language. So this language, actually, let me show this. This is what Abs was asking me. It's a language, so you have to learn all these different phrases and language of jazz. Okay, so that's what I suggest. So I have this on my website. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's the 16 approach notes are just different techniques. So if you just want to go to my website, and it's also on my Patreon account. A lot of these exercises too. If you join my Patreon, you can just go there. And all this is listed on my description. Everybody on my on my all my YouTube videos, all the places you can actually sign up to my YouTube. I mean to my all different things that I actually have. So there's different techniques you can use, but the most important thing is really, I'm taking lessons myself. I've been studying with Mike Stern, the great guitar player from New York here, who played with Miles Davis. He plays the 55 ball. He's a monster. He knows all kinds of stuff. He's a really intellectual guitar player. He knows a lot of stuff, about techniques and improvisation. I take lessons. So the best thing to do for you is take a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself or anybody. If you can afford to do that. Okay, so you can also go to my Patreon, everybody, and actually sign up and just get these lessons too. For they come like already there as posts. Okay, or you could go to my website and check these out. So let me keep going here. So let me keep going. Card, more strings, probably a 10 string. You know what? Alucard, my strings are actually 14 on top. So okay, someone's asking about that. So I use 14s on my guitar. Hey, Ymir! Hey, Ymir, how you doing, man? It's great. My student Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He went to see Julian Lodge, who's a monster guitar player I really enjoy. I've been hearing about Julian Lodge since she was like 10 years old or something. This guy, now he's like 30 something, and he's playing his butt off because when he was playing 10, he was 10 and playing the same way he's playing now. So, so Julian Lodge is a great guitar player. And my student, Ymir, went to go see him yesterday, I heard, in Fairfield, Connecticut. So he's a great guitar player. And so is my up-and-coming student, Ymir. And he's watching right now. I appreciate you, Ymir. And that bass is mean. Thank you. Someone said my bass is mean. Thank you. Glenn said that he wished he could make a donation, but he has a single gig or student since the pandemic. Really? Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, so next time, don't worry. So he's asking me chord substitution. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing. There's so many ways to substitute chords, everybody. So when I'm playing like a dominant 7th chord, let's say F dominant, just a straight F, or like this. So I mean, I can substitute that I don't have to play an F7. I can play F dominant 9. You know, you can play the alternate. When I'm doing a dominant chord, for example, or I can make it a 9 chord, or sharp 11. So I can make it a dominant 9 chord. So I'm using actually the Lydian dominant scale, so which is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, which actually comes to the melodic minor scale. So actually, everybody who's watching, I have some videos like this on YouTube already about substitutions, tritone substitutions, the modes of the melodic minor and the major, and you can use all these substitutions. Like for a minor chord, for example, okay, there's so many minor scales you can actually use on a minor chord. You don't have to use like a natural minor. So let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. I use a D, Dorian, Phrygian. I mean, there's so many minor scales, harmonic minor. And particularly for guitar players, you should be able to play these everywhere on the fingerboard. So if you're playing D harmonic minor, okay, you should be able to play them all over the neck. Any kind of minor scale, any scale, every key, every fingering. So that takes a lot of practice. And I still got to practice this stuff, you know. And when I'm talking to you, teaching you this stuff, it's hard to actually play and teach at the same time and live. Because a lot of the guys you see on YouTube, it's all pre-recorded and really edited. But I'm actually doing this stuff live, which is really hard to do, actually. So, great question. So let me keep going. Do you recommend any book to learn and apply theory on the guitar? I mean, there's a lot of my lessons, actually, someone's actually asking me that question. So what I like to do is apply my theory to the guitar. So that's what I actually do on my videos and lessons on my website. So go to my website, and you can pick up those lessons really cheap, like a couple of dollars, and they come with videos, most of them, actually. Okay? So, free jazz tune, Mr. Ron. Oh, okay, I'll do that too. Free. I don't play for free. I'm just kidding. That's a good one. So let me see. Hello, sir. So yeah, so there's a lot of books though. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, for jazz improvisation for guitar technique, I use a William Levitt book just for learning how to. Let me show you the book here. This book from William Levitt. It's a good book. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of theory in here and everything, and it's actually a big ass. I mean, excuse me, a big book. So, so sorry about the language. So, this is a really big book, so it's a lot of studying to do. And I'm actually working through this book right now. Recently, I mean, when I get a chance to practice. So, that's a great question. So Dario's asking if I do practice via Skype. Yeah. So I mean, for example, yes, I do lessons via Skype. Actually, FaceTime. I have lessons all over the place. Actually, in California, Colorado. I mean, Connecticut. I mean, wherever. Europe sometimes, Australia, depending on time. It's kind of hard with the time zones. So yes, I do lessons like that. So a free jazz tune. Let me see if I can do something like that. So, oh yeah, Glenn said he's been working on the melodic minors. So that's great. I'm going to play a free jazz song. Let me see if I can think of something. I used to study with this guy James Bud Ulmer. I took a couple lessons with him. He was an interesting guy. He had the melodic way of droning notes. All right. So that was some kind of avant-garde stuff, and someone wanted to hear something like that. So that might have freaked some people out, but anyway, thank you for watching. So notice a copy of this. But yeah, I was fortunate to have play with that ensemble. You know what? I used to play in the Mingus guitar band, so that was kind of cool. You know, and that's a great book here, the Mingus book. So yeah, it's a really great book, and if you want to learn some good Mingus songs, go check that out. You know, look at all the books I have, and I need to work through some of these books. You know, there's some really interesting books about jazz history here, all kinds of stuff. But I like this book recently. I've been using this book called the Slomitsky book by Nicholas Slomninsky, and it's a really great book. You know, that's what John Coltrane used actually to do giant steps. I mean, to write giant steps. Actually, he used these patterns. I'm still working on this stuff. He used the diatone progression, which is splitting the octave into 3 octaves. Okay, so that's the giant steps method. So let me see. I'm going to show Yamir's comment. What was your experience studying with Melvin Sparks? Oh yeah, Melvin Sparks. Oh, that's a great question. What was the most important lesson advice did you take away from him? So Melvin Sparks actually was my first guitar teacher when I moved to New York. He actually took me under his wing. He was like a mentor. He produced my album called Flubby Dubby, which is actually right over here. He produced this album, and he passed away about 11 years ago. And so you can pick this up on my website actually if you want to, check out what he did for me. And so Melvin was a really great guy. Well, the most important thing is like when I first met him is that I didn't have any I didn't have any idea about musicality. I had a lot of technique, but I didn't have any musicality. So learn how to play musically. One of the things he had me do that really helped me, Ymir, is he actually had me switch from. I used to use 413s on my guitar, and he told me you should play heavier strings. So he had me switch from 13s to 14s on the guitar, and that was one of the most important things he had me do. And he taught me a lot of stuff. Like when I performed live, I used to look at the band a lot and used to worry about them behind me. Like when I did this video for Flubby Dubby, one of my albums. And what happened was, like he said, one of the things I learned from him is I learned a lot of stuff, not only about playing, about being on stage. He says, don't worry about the band behind you. Just worry about the audience. Don't even, they got your back. So, if you're with a great band, you don't have to worry about the band behind you and cue them and stuff. They know what to do. They'll follow you. You can have your back to them. So, a lot of important things, I learned a lot about, the blues. Like, you don't have to play jazz all the time, all over everything. You can be bluesy. So sometimes if it's a more of a bluesy song, don't play all your jazz stuff. You know, it doesn't fit sometimes. So play some bluesy stuff. And he was really great at the blues, Melvin. He was a monster guitar player. I've even talked to George Benson about Melvin Sparks, and he was he considered one of the master guitar players. He was on a lot of recording sessions, all kinds of stuff. Actually, Melvin, until he died. You know, I mean, unfortunately, he died so early, man, of a heart attack. So anyway, so yeah, so everybody, thank you for watching. Right now I'm starting to actually actually it's about lunchtime here in New York, so I'm going to go get some lunch right now. But I'm going to be going live once in a while and taking questions, and you know, and I really appreciate you guys watching. I'll be going live. I go live at least once a week, and I usually have a background behind me. Today I just have my books and stuff, and it's so just a little bit background. I have tons of books, guys. I have this Brazilian copying book. I mean, it's just like Latin bass book because I play bass a little bit too. I mean, these books I got to work on. I have just so many books. And the thing is, guys, especially if you're watching me, I don't use tabs most of the time. I read music, so you got to learn how to read music, guys. And it's really important to learn how to read music, sheet music, and and really not tablature, okay, and a lot, like the classical method. And then, that William Levitt book I showed you earlier is really a good book for you to learn how the modern method for reading on the guitar and techniques. I mean, you don't want to get too into this because there's a lot of people that told me. One of my friends that told me he's a great guitar player. Told me a lot of guitar players sound generic when they come out of Berkeley because they use the same method. So just try to find your own way of playing this stuff if you use this kind of book, okay? But it's a really great book called Modern Method Guitar. I have tons of books and that I need to work out of myself. So don't get too bogged down with books. Play your gigs and actually get a good teacher, and they'll tell you what to do. And you can't really tell how you play unless someone tells you and listens to your playing. Okay, so does anybody use jazz? Of course, yes. Someone said to me, I can't say your name, Shartanya Mehta. Yeah, no, of course I use distortion in jazz myself. Actually, there's a video of me on TikTok, and I think it's even on here on YouTube and Instagram where I actually playing. I'm playing Moment's Notice with distortion pedal using my solid body guitar. And I don't do that on an arch guitar because it's just hard to control. It's funny. I've been taking lessons with Mike Stern, and he doesn't use an arch guitar just because of that. He wants to rock out at the end of during his solos too, and it's really hard to rock out on these kind of guitars. I mean, unless it's like a semi hollow body. You know what I mean? But he uses a completely solid body, but then he plays jazz. He plays the crap out of jazz on that, and then he rocks out because he can do that, on a solid body. So yes, you can do that. Yes, so yes, I like Dario. He said, "Satya, it's just a color." Great. Oh, Albert, my friend Albert's there, and he has a comment, but he didn't say anything. So hey, everybody, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. If you like what I did on YouTube, please hit the $sign on the right hand corner. And you can give me a donation if you want, or you can just go to it's already in my comments, in my description. You can just go to PayPal and donate $1 or more if you'd like to Ron Jackson Music and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And the same thing for you on Instagram. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate to me here at Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com or Ron Jackson Music to Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. And just so you know, everybody on Instagram, I take badges now. So you can donate a badge to me if you're enjoying the show or you learned something new today. You could just donate a badge of $2 and $5. Okay, thank you very much. I want to get going in a minute. What's your favorite exercise to improve bar chords? I'm going to show this real quick to Art. I can't even say your name. Just make sure you have your thumb behind the neck like this and your fingers straight, so you have support to be able to play a bar chord. Okay, so that's a big question. I actually have a TikTok and YouTube video about that already. Okay, So make sure you have support. You got to, when you're pressing a barcode, your finger should be doing this. Okay, like it's like this kind of motion, so you can hold that barcode behind the neck. Okay, so hey, I'm new here. Can I ask you how many years have you been playing? I've been playing for quite a long time. You know, quite a long time, since I was 11, actually. So, so everybody, you know what? Please follow me. Please share this with your friends. And Ron Jackson, my handles are everywhere. Are Ron Jackson Music. I'm actually streaming right now as well to what's it called? Twitch. I'm starting that channel now. So I mean, I only have a few people there, but I appreciate all the people watching. You know, I've had like you know, I have like 30,000 subscribers now. It's catching up to my TikTok, which has about 31,000. So I'm getting really, really, you know, a lot of, you know, subscribers on Instagram. I mean, excuse me, and on this Instagram, of course, but on YouTube. And I really appreciate you guys, you know, and thank you for all the, you know, for all your support. And I'd love to answer your questions. Hey, Luca. Yeah, hi, Luca from Italy. It's good to see you. I think Luca was on my, it's the same Luca, because, you know, maybe there's a couple of Lucas, but he was on my, he actually won a contest to be on my Instagram, I mean, to my YouTube Live, and I can actually invite people to play to at certain times, so I'll let you guys know more about those contests later. Also, just so you know, I'm going to be doing an Indiegogo soon. It's going to start on September 8th. It's my album. You know, it's the follow-up to my last album. And so, you know, if all my subscribers donated $1 to my Indiegogo, I would have enough to produce my album. So please, you know, when you hear about it, it's going to be coming out soon. If you could donate $1 or more to help to fund my new album, that would be great. I'll let you know when that's coming out. It's going to be starting next month, okay? So thank you, everybody, for watching. Oh, someone, I like that. You're welcome. Hi. Greetings from Poland. Okay, great. And Dario said, my top 55 uses a Joya vintage overdrive pedal. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, so, yeah, Dario's a big fan. He's always watching all my lives. Thank you, Dario. And he's a great guitar player himself. And so everybody, thank you very much. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And thank you for watching. Watch the playback after this. And send me questions and comments. You know, you can email me too at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And thank you very much. And share this with everybody. And we'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day, okay? Bye-bye. So everybody asked me, how do you do chord melody? For example, there's so many ways to do chord melody. The most important thing to know is how the melody works against the chords. So the song I just played for you was called Love Walked In, and the melody is basically chord tones or arpeggio notes. So all I did was arpeggiate the chord. So that's one technique of chord melody in jazz, arpeggios.
Thank you.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we thought a bit about the end of it, when we started painting the town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things.
One more time.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we thought of it, about the end of it, when we started painting that town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. but it was just one of those things. Thank you.
Woo.
Sia Jackson and Ron Jackson.
Oh, thank you.
Got nobody to play with.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, I know. I know. My hand hurts now.
Yeah.
My hand was hurting before, actually. Thank you, everybody, for watching my video. And if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon.
Yeah, what do you think?
Oh, we can go.
Oh, I played that in H, is that?
Yeah. You got some shots, boy.
Oh yeah, you too.
I'm trying. A little warm up.
What's that? I'm coming from the other fork. I live on the North Fork. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So I take the ferry boat.
Known as the other fork.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, to drive around is like an hour and 15, 20 minutes each way. So, take the ferry. It costs a couple ducats, but it's okay. It's a nice, you know.
Trace Remo.
Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like to answer. You'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give basic information, because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, on Instagram, and who have Patreons, particularly on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. So I'm very into basics, because that's how I learned how to play myself. And if you have any questions, it's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can, and if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play play jazz or play any style of music, you really got to know the guitar neck and all the basic stuff. There was a great teacher out here in New York that's I'm sorry he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So knowing the basics is one of the most important things to having a foundation to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument, actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here. And please send me some questions if you haven't done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet. So please send me something, and because today's all about taking questions. Okay. Oh, good, Sean. Good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. Wow, it seems like longer, but you learned a lot of stuff in 3 months, actually. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So so for example, we've been playing a song called "Along Came Betty." So there's a lot of chords in this song. And what happens is, if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are telling you to do when you're watching a lot of videos and all these fancy lines. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. Now the fancy stuff comes after. So let me play you. I'm going to play actually right now. "Along Came Betty." Because my student Sean's watching, and I'm going to play along. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to actually do this with a play along. I'm going to do a solo on this. So I'm going to show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. did was, if you have any questions, please send them, please, because I'd like to get some feedback. What's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called Along Came Betty by Benny Golson. And there's a lot of chords to this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. Now these are a lot of 2/5 progressions. They call them. So there's a lot of chords on this song. This is what they call an advanced song, Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc., through this piece. So, I mean, I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through these songs pretty easily, actually. So one of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, I mean, you should know how to play your scale across the fingerboard, but you should be able to also play the scale 1 octave from anywhere, any scale, you know, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let's make it a G major scale. Now, see that way I played it? I can play it this way too. See how many ways I just played that scale? Well, you should be able to play your scales in 1 octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. You know, all the, you know, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I like to do is I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go 1 octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. I'm using the same fingering, everybody. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now, so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings, like using different string roots. Like you use your 3rd string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, or that's 1 string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, 4th string root. So that was 3rd string root, 4th string root, 5th string root. Then I have to do it here, 6th string root. So those are the different 3 string roots that I use. The thing is, a lot of students in the beginning, when they're learning how to play jazz, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the 1st degree, the 1st note, 2nd, 3rd, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 9th. The ninth is the second note of a chord up an octave. Okay, or the sharp 11, which is a flat 5. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up 1 octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should also see these chords, and all these chord tones without looking at the root all the time and be able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time and practice. So those are some of the things I'd like to talk about. Now, I know there's only a couple of people watching because I only gave an unlisted link to some people, and it is the summer. So it's hard to get people to watch a live stream, but this is going to be re-shown again. So I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public, and I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions, tons of questions, too many questions. So today was it's a day about asking questions. So does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching actually? Raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for her. Yeah. So that was called But Beautiful, chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's only a couple of people attending today. I actually didn't advertise this particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's a great question. Let me see. Let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. So look at this. Sean, I don't even know this song at all. I've seen it in this book. It's called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on page 284 in the the regular real book, the legal real book actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord. Okay, when I'm sight reading a piece, okay, like this. First, I'll look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So the melody goes like this. First, I play through the chords. So the chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. G6, 2, 3. B diminished 7. A minor 7. D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now I went through the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's the melody in the beginning, okay? So now, if I'm going to play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major 7, or I can make it more fancy by putting like a 9 here. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. B. So that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, 3. Then it goes to G sharp diminished. Now the G sharp diminished looks like this. So that note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there, and then it goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's the melody note. So I can put all these chords under there now, like this. Watch this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open, like I could. The next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. And then it goes, then A minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players, when they're doing chord melody, they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. Now, most guitar players have a hard time reading. They only use tabs, unfortunately. And, you know, I think that's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But it's, you know, you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read and hear the rhythms and everything without using tabs. I mean, with tabs, you understand? You need sheet music. You need to be able to read music. So I'm going to play this up an octave. So it's going to be like this now. Watch this. So I did all with chord melody, sight reading, chord melody. So I know all my voicing. This takes a lot of experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But you know, but the best way to do this, like I tell my students all the time, is to just practice, you know, and try to work this stuff out and to really learn your neck and your intervals and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. You know, there's no shortcuts in music. You know, because what happens if you take a shortcut, you're going to get lost and you're going to fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. You know what I mean? Or you'll get lost during the shortcut. And the best thing to do is practice, and, you know, practice things thoroughly, know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying all these years and playing, I know what the note is against the chord. And I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music on the spot most of the time. You know, I mean, some songs can be much more difficult. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, it goes to this. One, 2, and then it goes to the A minor. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, who's written this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald down and something Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. See? So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish up here, I'm going to do about half an hour of live streaming for today, and I'm going to be reposting this, and you can watch the playback after. If there's any questions about anything today, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream today, but we only have 2 attendants right now, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students, and for watching. And it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this, but you can actually watch it playback anytime. So you can just go back to the post on Patreon and hit the link, and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So if you ever want to get this book, an autographed copy, let me know. So I have them some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do walking bass lines, rhythms, all kinds. Chord melody, harmonizing melodies, all kinds of cool things. So if you want to get into that, please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and I'll have some cool content up there, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening, everybody. And keep in touch, and we'll talk soon. And follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day, and I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month. Okay. During the summer months, a lot of people on vacation, but well, I don't know about right now these times, but a lot of people are out now. So we'll talk soon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ron Jackson. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. There's people watching already. Thank you. I'm just gonna go live on my phone because it's a little better, I think. And I'm gonna take questions. Let me see. Oh yeah, I don't want to cut my guitar off, so I'm just setting up real quick. Impromptu live. If you have any questions, please ask them. I'll try to answer them. Let me see if I can see the guitar back here. I might have to lower the stand a little bit here so you can see my guitar. Let me try it right now. Oh, a little low. So how's everybody doing today? I'm going to be trying to do these sessions more often where you can answer questions. So, hey, how's it going over there? Jeremy, I might have to raise my seat up a little bit just so you can see me a little better. Let me do that right now. I'm going to use my stool instead of my chair like this. Let me get that. So, send me some questions right now, everybody. I'm going to be talking about this book that I have out now, Chords at Your Fingertips. A bunch of different things. I'd like to thank all my new patrons that joined this week. Let me move this chair back here a little bit. Okay. Ooh. So, something's happening. Everything's okay. I'm here. Some drama here. Trying to set up. Because you know what? When you go to YouTube, you can't really just like start streaming. It's just like you got to adjust your camera and stuff like that. At least in my case. So I have my guitar here, my 7-string guitar. So if you have any questions about this, let me know. Oh, you know what? I don't know John Mayer chord progressions by heart. Actually, let me see who that was. I think that was Jack. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. I'm going to try to see who's chatting with me. I can't see them all at the same time. Maybe I can go on my other computer. Let me ask my my associate. Can you pass me my computer? And I'll take questions. I can see what the comments are better when I have my computer at the same time. So I'm trying to see the live chat and see who's talking right now. Oh, here you guys go. Hold on, let me see. I got my computer, so I can see the live chat. Okay, a good place to start learning jazz guitar is actually, and I'm going to fix my head here. A good place to start playing jazz guitar is with a teacher, actually. So let me go to my live chat here and just look at my channel and look at my live chat so I can see you guys better, your comments better. The phone transmits a lot better, so you guys know. So let me go here real quick and get like a stand to put this on. Here you go. So let me see. I'm going to try to take your questions as best I can. So let me see. Hold on. What's going on here? Let me go to my YouTube channel here and just make sure I can see Ron Jackson Music. And then I'm going to answer your questions easier when I see the chat here. Okay. Let me see. I see some questions right here. You like this? Sup, y'all? Hi from the UK. I'm live right now, so let me look at this. I don't want to hear the delay, though. Okay, good. I can see the questions now. Hey, Jeremy, Gerani, CD Sessions, hi. Oh, yeah. How's it going? Great to see you guys. So I'm going to try to answer your questions best I can. I'm going to move back a little bit. Before I do that, I should maybe play a song for you. What do you think of the 1400 Euro Aria Pro? So I don't know that guitar actually really well. I mean, I only have, I've tried Aria guitars before. Actually, I have a couple of Aria guitars, actually, nylon strings here that I use. And, I don't really, I have a couple of their classical guitars. I knew the guy that ran the company. I was an endorser for a while. I don't even know if he's alive. His name was Shiro Arai. And he was a great guy. And I started endorsing them like about 20 years ago. And I got free guitars from him, and he's a really cool guy. So, but I don't even know if he was alive because he was pretty old back then. In like around 2000. So he was a real cool guy, and I like the guitars basically. So if you want to play jazz guitar, everybody, you should actually definitely get a guitar teacher. It's really important to do that. When I was a kid trying to learn how to play jazz, it was cool, but I needed guidance because it's hard to hear the chords and all that other stuff. Okay, and you need to really get a I don't want to say a real book, but start learning tunes. Because a real book is kind of a crutch actually, because what happens is you start looking at all these books, and then you have to remember the tunes. You have to remember what they sound like. So you have to get that stuff in your ears. So it's very important to get a teacher to help you with this stuff. So I didn't really have a teacher until I went to Berklee College of Music and got my butt kicked, by all these great guitarists. So I went to see a Joe Pass workshop. He was a monster, that guy. He had a lot of interesting things to say. But the most important thing is to learn tunes, get a teacher, listen to records and transcribe solos and learn, phrases and licks. I call them, or jazz riffs. Let me see. There's some other questions. Someone says, I like music. That's good. So I don't know the $1,400 Aria Pro 2, but they sound like good guitars to me. So you know what? So the last time I actually touched a guitar was actually Sunday because, and I had a bunch of gigs last week. So, we can talk a little bit about warming up. So this is my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, let me know. And it's an Eastman AR 810CE 7-string. Can never remember that damn name. So it has 7-string. I'm doing a little warm up right now where I'm actually doing chromatics, 4 notes, and doing a 4 adjacent finger a lick. So what I'm doing, and I'm doing a tremolo at the same time. What's your favorite drop 2 voicings or fancy root subs? Well, I mean, I love some of these drop 2 voicings I use for minor 7 flat 5. That was actually a drummer boy. You're a drummer, huh? Wow, I didn't know drummers play guitar. So if I'm one of the hardest drop 2 voicings is actually the let's do a D minor 7 flat 5. Okay, what I do is this. You should know all your drop 2 voicings for a minor 7 flat 5 or any chord actually. Hey, how's it going? So you should be able to do this. So this is the 5th string root. Okay, and you should be able to do it on the 4th string root. I actually have these written out on my printables page on I actually sell these on my printables page in versions. Actually, I'm actually have to put those up this week on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. So all the inversions of all the chords, you should know them from all the roots. Minor 7 flat 5. So let's say I'm playing here. They're hard here. Okay. See that? They get the weird fingers on the 6th string. Oh yeah, looking great. Sound great. Thank you. So you can use that over that minor 7 flat 5 over a minor 6 or dominant 7th. Yeah, actually, just so you guys know, okay, the minor 6 chord is actually is the same thing as a minor 7 flat 5. Okay, it has the same exact notes. They're the same inversions. 2 names for the same chord. So if you look carefully, it looks like a 6 chord, F minor 6 chord here. So they're basically interchangeable, okay? Yeah, you're welcome. So I use this a lot, and also diminished is really easy to play off the minor 7 flat 5. So I'll just substitute. Okay, I like to do that a lot. Or diminished. From the roots. Okay, etc. So you should definitely know your inversions, your drop 2s. Let me see. 2-5-1 substitution for each chord. That's Marty Mooney. And inversions for us, please. Maybe G or C. So 2-5-1 substitution. So if you're doing for let's say you're doing let's do G minor to F7, something a little different. So you know what? Let me take out my 6-string guitar so you guys can understand a little bit better. Here's my 6th string. Let me pull that out. So I have my D'Angelico. I'd like to thank D'Angelico Guitars for giving me a 6-string guitar. Let me show you something before I forget. I have some of these banners to show you guys. Can you play a jazz progression for practice purposes that's a little bit more advanced than 2-5-1? Sure. So let me see something here. Let me pull out my guitar first. So this is my D'Angelico XL1 that D'Angelico actually gave me as an artist sponsor. Okay, I'd like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico New York for this nice D'Angelico. So it's a little easier for people to follow this when I'm teaching them, because most people don't play 7-string. So I'm just tuning this up right now. So someone was asking about 2-5s and substitutions. Let's do that real quick first. So when I'm playing a 2-5, let's say G minor 7 to a C7. Well, there's a lot of ways you can substitute that, okay? So I'm doing G minor 7, C7, to F major 7. Now, I mean, first, one thing you can substitute is just like the basic notation. You don't have to play like a real straight minor 7. You can play minor 9 to a 13 to a 9. Okay. Another thing I like to do, you can make it into a minor 2-5, because remember, you don't have to play a straight 2-5 over a chord progression. You could just play. Let me move this back a little bit so you guys can see my head cut off as much. And is that better? Let me fix this a little bit. Okay, that's maybe a little better. What I'm doing is this. I'm trying to show you substitutions. So I'm going to go like this. Let me move this chair over. So I'm doing 9 to a 13 to a F major 7 9. Then I can just make it minor 7 flat 5. Oh, Angel. Yeah, he saw me on Marty Sports. My daughter's doing good. You can check her out, Lucia Jackson. So I like to alter my chords a lot, so you guys know if I'm doing a 2-5, I don't have to play a straight minor, a 2-5-1. I can go. I lowered the 5, kept the 9. Sharp 5 here. Change that to like a Lydian chord or something, So that's another reharmonization. Also, you can use tritone substitutions like this. When I did it, I just played like a minor 7 flat 5, or just straight minor, and then a G flat 7, which is a tritone substitution for the C. A tritone away. Okay, like that. Okay, you can do that. Okay, so what I just did is a 2-5, minor 2-5, tritone substitution. Yeah, I played fusion before. So let me look at some of these questions. So I'm going to try to do some more complicated progressions in a minute. So some good complicated progressions are like Wayne Shorter tunes, things like that. I'm going to have to pull my real book out to look at a couple in a second. Let me look at these questions first. Oh yeah, what's the uses of classical melodic minor in jazz? So that's a great question, guys. So someone's asking about the melodic minor. Oh yeah, Angel, just so you know, if you want to take lessons with me, go to my website. Angel's asking about that. It's ronjacksonmusic.com. It's actually already on my page here if you want to take lessons, okay? Let me see if I can find those banners. Might have to have my assistant help me here. Oh yeah, here it is. So if you want to take lessons with me, you can take lessons with me actually on Patreon. Okay. I'd like to thank all the new patrons that joined this week, actually. Oh, new patron alert. Oh, thank you, for Christopher P. Oh, great. Christopher just joined. Thank you. So, yeah. So, Christopher just joined my Patreon. So, it's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. You can get lessons actually for $3. You get one lesson a month for $3 for free. And then if you get $9 a month, you get like 3 lessons and more. I usually get more. 25, you get unlimited. And I also do workshops. Because, you know, when I do this kind of workshop, right now, it's like, it's kind of limited. And also, I'm going to be doing a special event this weekend featuring my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, from Acoustic Guitar. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar magazine, so you can get this book from Acoustic Guitar through me, actually, and you know, I can autograph it for you. And it comes with video and all kinds of shit, all kinds of stuff. Sorry, all kinds of stuff. Sorry about that. I almost said something bad. And so it's a great book. Let me see. Let me look at this now. Yeah, I still teach, Angel, so you know. So you can contact me here at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So let me see. So the classical minor scale, the melodic minor. Let's go over that. I get a lot of questions here. So I give lessons, everybody, if you want. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube actually recently from all this. So let me show you the melodic minor. So melodic minor is very important, everybody. Okay. So let's go through let's just do a different key. Let's do F melodic minor. So now in jazz, so I'm playing F melodic minor all over the neck, okay? It's kind of hard to talk and play, but anyway. So what's happening is F melodic minor, or melodic minor in jazz we call it the jazz melodic minor or the real melodic minor. Okay, I had a video that came out a few days ago about this, actually. It goes through all the melodic minor modes. So in classical, they raise, you know, it goes up like, so you know the intervals is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, and the key of F is basically F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E, and F, okay? And now in classical, when they go back down, they lower it, which I think is kind of strange. See that? Now backwards they go. Now, but in jazz, we keep it all the same. So, when you're practicing on guitar, remember to always be able to play it all over the neck, anywhere. Now, I'm just basically playing up and down the scale, but you should be able to play these in different patterns. I just did an article on Acoustic Guitar magazine, for the January-February issue on the melodic and harmonic minor modes, okay? But we didn't really talk about, we talked about the scale more than modes. So in jazz, these are very important because we play them over a lot of fancy chords. So the first mode of the melodic minor, okay, is actually called, you know, just the melodic minor. So you can play that over a minor major 7 chord or a minor 6 chord because it has the notes in there. It has the minor major 7th there. So you should be able to play these chords in different ways all over the guitar neck. Things like that, you know what I mean? Every kind of voicing you possibly can. Not only from the root, but from, you know, from any kind of interval or anything like that, okay? So a classic major scale. Oh, that's a good question. This comment, you know, here's the thing, everybody. In classical, you're limited to the way your scales are played. So here's a typical C major classical. I have to think about this. I haven't played the guitar in a couple days, just so you know. Doesn't really matter. I just need to get warmed up a little bit. So the classical C major is like this. I should do a video about this too, Vince. It's like this. They teach you that it's a really cool scale. It's good for like actually pivoting your fingers. I used to practice this just for technique, for pivoting my fingers. Okay, but what happens is when you want to play, really learn how to play the C major scale, you gotta be able to play this all over the neck like this. See how I'm jumping around the neck? I can play it on one string. I'm just basically messing around. So I'm just basically playing up and down the neck. They don't teach you how to play the C major scale in classical like that. So I have this system that I learned from Berkeley where you play all 8 fingerings. There's 8 fingerings that connect up the neck like this. Let me show you real quick. I'll do it really quick. But so here's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And they double, okay? So that covers the whole neck. And I actually have that written out. If you go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com, those are all the 8 fingerings. It's a lesson that I teach. It has the tabs and everything. You can learn all 8 fingerings. And if you go this week, you get 20% off my website until the end of the week on everything, including my books and everything. And it's use code Sunday, okay? Use code Sunday, and you get 20% off everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? That's very important. You have to be able to play your scales up and down the neck without getting lost, okay? So let me look at some more questions here. And that's only the key of C, just so you know. So you're going to be able to play this in any key. So in the key of F. So I'm talking too much. Key of F, key of, any key. I mean, in jazz, you play a little in different keys. So let's get back to the melodic minds. There's a bunch of questions here. Let me see what's going on here. So the melodic mind, we're going to get into that some more a little bit. I'm 50. I really want to learn jazz. Where do I start? So that's a great question. I'm going to answer all your questions a little bit in a second. So one at a time. So if you're 15, get a teacher and start listening to records. Like I always tell people, when I went to Berkeley, the first thing that taught me is the real book. So I have the real book right here. Let me show you the real book. So the real book is really cool. It's a cool book, but that doesn't teach you how to play jazz. You're just looking at tunes. And most guitar players these days don't even know how to read, unfortunately. I know how to read notation. And the reason why I use tabs is because most of my guitar students don't know how to read. So it's important to learn how to read. So I have the William Levitt book. I don't have it handy right now. But it's a great book. That's how I learned all my reading skills and chords and everything. And it's a great book. It's important to know tabs just to show you somebody how to play something, put the finger on the right string. But, the most important is to get a teacher, because when I was a kid, I was self-taught. So I thought I knew how to read. I knew all these chords, but I really didn't. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. These guys from Japan going in there, going crazy, I was like, oh my God, these guys are playing jazz. And I was like, oh my God, I got to practice. So I would practice for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I used to practice about 5 to 8 hours a day, and I had good teachers, and I still study actually. I study with a drummer right now, and I studied over the years with. I took a workshop with Joe Paz. I had some great teachers at Berkeley. I studied with Rodney Jones. I've hung out with George Benson. Studied with Melvin Sparks, Bucky Pizzarelli, Pat Martino. Who else? There's some people I could have studied with, and I didn't. I should have taken it up, like Jim Hall. You know, there's a bunch of people I could have studied with that I should have studied with too. That I regret not studying with. They passed away. You know, so it's good to learn from teachers. I mean, that's the best thing to do, actually. So, if you're 15, start like that. Now, let me see. Do I ever play jazz fusion? Sure. You're getting your first base. Okay, let me answer the next question. Then I'm going to get to your question too. So, I love BB King, so you know. And so someone, Greg Hollis was asking about that. Masha, how many hours a week do you recommend practicing? I recommend practicing as many hours as possible. Like, you know what? I'm so busy with my social media and business and stuff that I've been working on that right now. But I really need to practice. If you can, you know, the most important thing about practice, everybody, it's not about how many hours you practice. It's about consistency. You should practice something every day. Okay, if you need to learn something new, practice it once. You know, practice even 10 minutes a day. But do something every day. Pick up the guitar. Okay, whatever instrument you might be playing today. Some guitar players, people watching me aren't even guitar players today sometimes. So, you know, so just pick up the guitar, okay, and play every day. Now, let me see. Here's another thing. Ranks, gaming. How do you mix every scale and sound? How to mix scales and sound better? So, you know what, everybody? I want to tell you an exercise. So when you're playing, let's say you're playing let's just take a real simple tune like a blues. So I'm in the key of F. So when I'm playing through a song like that, now I have a lot of options, but what I like to do is I like to do this thing called the continuous scale exercise. So when I'm playing over the chord, I'll go like this, F. Now when I'm at the B flat, and then I just keep playing the scale all the way through until the next chord. F dominant. Now G, C7, F, C7, F dominant, B flat, F dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished, D7, C7. What I'm doing is I'm doing a continuous scale that goes to the chords. I need to get my assistant to help me set up the sound system here. Hold on one second. Can you set up the speaker, please? Yeah, it's from behind the curtain here. So, everybody, what's going to happen is I'm going to try to show you how this is actually done with the play along through my computer. So, basically, if you want to mix your scales up, you got to be able to go, you know, through the chords and just change them. Change the chord scale during the song without getting lost, okay? So, so someone's asking, this is a good question. I'm going to get to the other questions too. So when I'm actually going to the next chord, it doesn't matter which note I'm on, I just want to make sure I get to the right scale. I'm not really targeting any kind of other notes. You know what I mean? I'm just actually going. When I get to the B flat, same on F7. Now when I get to the B flat, I'll be on the 13th. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to target the notes and make sure that I actually, you know, land on some kind of chord tone or note in the scale. What's going to happen is it'll sound good because it's going to be going by so fast it won't sound like a mistake. Okay. So give me that. So we're setting up my speaker so you can actually hear how this is actually done. So so that's a great question. So that's how you play through scales. Let me see some of these other questions. There's a lot of people watching. Thank you for watching, everybody. And do me a favor. Please follow me and share this stream with your friends and fans. You know, remember, I'm giving you information, and you know, and it's a live stream. But the most important thing is that you practice and you get a live teacher, okay, a real teacher to help you. and I teach as well, and I have students from all over the world, all over the country now. So I appreciate you guys. You guys are great. You know, I'm trying to give you the best information and to help you play as best you can. Okay, so cool. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how this is done. Let me answer a few more questions while I set up the sound system here. So, let me see. What do you think? Do you think it matters to use the cage system or 3 notes per chord or any other position system? So that's a great question. Kyan Hallows, thank you for answering that question. It's very important to know the cage system, everybody. Just so you know. You should know all your open string chords. You know, I've had students that study with me, even recent students actually. They're like, they don't know their open string chords. I'm like, you don't know open string chords? Like, I mean, you don't know 1-800-CORDS for kids. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. So anyway, you don't know the open string chords. So what I'm doing is all your bar chords come from open string chords, and they call that the cage system. So if I'm playing a C chord, you should be able to play that as a bar chord. What do? Take your 3 fingers that you play the C chord, switch them around. Okay, to the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th finger, and then move up 1 fret at a time. Okay, so that's the cage system they call it. I don't know. I mean, so there's different names for this. Okay, so your bar chords are very important, and your open string chords are very important. And you should know all your open string chords. D chord, make it a bar chord. Make it a bar chord. E minor, etc., 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 etc. So, thank you. Someone's laughing about 1-800-CORDS for kids. Thank you. That's a hit song. So, thank you to all the 35 people watching. So, you know, you have to know how that works. So let me test out my sound system real quick. I might need my charger too. So it's in there somewhere, but we'll get that in a minute. So let me charge this, guys. I'm going to go watch this. Yeah. Computer charger. So let me see if this works. It's not on. Yeah, so we're trying the sound system to make sure it's working. Yeah, so we're trying the sound system to make sure it's working.
Okay, you have to mute it.
Oh, I see. That's the problem.
No, you have YouTube in there?
Yeah.
So mute it on.
Oh, yeah. Let me mute YouTube right now, everybody. So we don't hear me. How do I mute on YouTube? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna mute me on YouTube. I'm muting me on YouTube. So let me play you a blues song. I'm gonna pick up blues right now and show you how you play the continuous scale exercise. So let me get a C jam blues right now. So let me play that. Okay, play. Is it on? It's off. I'll give it a try.
Hold on. It has to go green.
Yeah.
Maybe you can reach it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this. Okay, so here, everybody. So here's a C blues. Here's a continuous scale. So you see what I did? I actually just played through the scale, through the changes, just like that, okay? So that's an exercise I actually teach my students. It's called a continuous scale exercise. So you're actually playing through the chords. Now it's just an exercise. You know, it teaches you how to play the changes and hear the changes, and also change your scale when you go through the changes, okay? Let me adjust this phone a little bit. So it's a really cool exercise. I mean, I learned that. I don't know who I learned that from, but it's a really great exercise if you really want to get your scale playing together and your chord scales and all that stuff. So let me look at some more questions here. Thank you everybody for attending my impromptu workshop here. Let me see some more questions here. First starting bass, you got your first bass. John Prescott says he got his first bass a few days ago. To start, he's excited to get practicing. So what routine would you first do for a first month practicing 1 to 4.5 to 2 hours a day? John, work on your scales, okay, and start learning tunes. And also work on technique. I actually play bass also. You know, work on alternate, you know, strumming with your fingers. You know, these are your two main fingers when you use bass, okay?
Play banjo.
Yeah, I play banjo too, but not really. So yeah, you know, and also work on your scales on the bass. I have a bass over here, but it's kind of hard to take out with all this going live right now. So that's a great question, John. Paul Smith, well, this is a surprise treat. Thank you, Paul. Now, let me see. That was John Prescott. What scales? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see if this is a question. What scales work for every chord? Is there a go-to scale for every chord? Oh, so okay. Now let me pick a more complicated song. Okay. Oh, someone's asking me about more complicated progressions. So let's pick a song like a Wayne Shorter song. Okay, let's pick Fee Fi Fo Fum. If you have your real book out, go get it out. That's like a kind of a complicated jazz song that a lot of New Yorkers play. Fee, Fi. Here it is. So Fee Fi Fo Fum is has a lot of chords in it. So if I'm playing first, depending how fast the chord is going by, this is very important, everybody. A chord that goes every 2 beats is really hard to play over because it's going by so fast. So when I usually play a chord that goes by 2 beats, I have to usually arpeggiate or something over the chord. Or just keep a note there because there's not much time to do anything unless you play double time. Okay, and then so I like to do double time because I hear noise. So so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play Fee Fi Fo Fum. It's a really cool song. I'm gonna get the real book out. Let me show you what it looks like. There's a lot of chords here, and it should be in the real book here. So look at this song. It has a lot of chords in it. I'm going to play it for you. And what happens when I improvise over a chord progression that's this complicated, what I actually do is I actually do a lot of arpeggios and stuff. So I'm not going to do any exercises right now. I'm going to play over this. But what happens is I'm going to play the melody first. Then I'm going to actually improvise over this to let you know how I approach this. I might just break it down to make it simple. I might do arpeggios. I'll do different kinds of phrasing so you get an idea how to do this. So let me start out Fee Fi Fo Fum. Here we go. So, when I was doing through that, I started trying to do different kinds of ideas through the changes, okay? First, I started doing arpeggios, because there's a lot of chord changes, and they don't make sense, actually, sometimes. It's kind of like a giant steps kind of song. So the song I'm going over right now is Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum, okay? And there's a lot of chord changes there. And some of it's kind of like a giant steps progression like this. Yeah, so, it's a kind of a really cool song. Let me look at some of the questions. And what I'm doing is I'm using different techniques. Since there was so many chords, I started using double time phrases instead, so you can use like eighth notes, quarter notes, half notes. Hey. And what's happening is, what I do is I start actually doing double time phrases through that to make it more interesting. But, if you listen to Wayne Shorter, when this song came out, it wasn't an easy song to play back then in this, in the 60s, I think this came out. And so you have to kind of play more melodic through these kind of changes. But if you want, a lot of guys now just burn through the changes like this. Let me see something here. Let me see some of the questions that are coming up here. So everybody, just to remember, if you're enjoying the session, I'd like to thank my new Patreon today, Mr. Chris P. He just joined my Patreon. So, you can learn all these cool techniques, on my patreon.com, which is www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And, please join my Patreon. I'm starting to get a lot of fans and followers on there. And if you want to learn guitar and jazz guitar and help with everything like that, let me know. I teach as well. Also, if you like this guitar, this D'Angelico, so I have this on my Amazon store. I sell D'Angelico guitars on my Amazon store. Go to my Amazon store at www.amazon.com/shop/RonJacksonMusic, and you can pick up my guitar there. Thank you. Someone's saying I have really good. My shorts are really good. I want to answer all your questions right now, everybody. So this is like an impromptu day. So let me do before we keep going. Let me do Fee, Fi, Fo one more time. Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum. And, that's based on the Pinocchio series. So I'm going to show you how to do some techniques through those chord changes. So let me turn that back on for a second. There's a lot of chord changes there. So what you do to play over difficult changes, you have to be able to make sure you change your scale. So how long have I been playing guitar? I've been playing guitar since I was 11, a long time. Look me up on Wikipedia. See, I was doing double time there. Then I started doing arpeggios. So, for example, there's a lot of chord changes. So another thing, a technique you can use on fee, fi, fo, fum is actually using arpeggios. Let me try this next chorus like this. I'm going to try to do mostly arpeggios, so you get an idea how to practice this. Well, here we go. So I was hitting a lot of the sevens on top, but also what I was doing was, I'm not trying to hit the root every time you play, and also play an upper register. A lot of guitar players, when they start learning how to arpeggiate chords, they always start real low. They go like this. So it's good to do that if you're a beginner, but you have to be able to play the higher register on the guitar to be able to learn the guitar neck. And also, you start playing all over the neck, etc. Okay? Now, let me look at some more questions. So I have a ton of questions here I need to answer. So, what scale works? Okay, can you show 8 shapes of the major scales? Hey, actually, Alvin, I actually showed that earlier. So go to my website. No, you have to go to my Patreon and join that, or you have to actually go and pick up the lesson on my www.ronjacksonmusic.com. There, I have a bunch of lessons. You can learn all 8 scales of the major scale fingerings, okay? And you can buy the lesson, I think, for a couple of bucks. And I'm having a sale on my website, just so you know. Everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that's published by Hal Leonard and Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for. Everything right now is 20% off on my website. You get an autographed copy. And this book comes with video, tabs, everything. Take a look at this. It has tabs, and it comes with the video as well. And you learn all about chords and everything. And, and there's some great writers here. Look at this. So, I have Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, all these great teachers, including myself, here to learn from this book. Okay, so go to my website. Everything is 20% off until, you should get it as soon as you can, because some of these books are running out, actually. Let me see what else I have over here to show you, because I have a few missing things here. Oh, also, if you're enjoying this, I'm also taking donations. Just go to my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. If you've learned something new today and you'd like to donate to me, it's not required, but if you'd like to, that would be great. It's www.paypal at Ron Jackson Music, Cash App, and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music. Okay. So thank you very much, and also follow me everywhere. Follow me here if you're not, or subscribe to me here, and I'm TikTok. I have a lot of people over there, and Facebook and Instagram. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Now let me answer some more questions here. So, Alvin, I already showed those 8 scales already. The thing I might want to do is you should be able to do that in every key. Oh, thank you, BWG man, BWG Media. He appreciates my videos. Let me see. I'm a little stuck here. My computer's stuck. What's going on here? So, I'm trying to look at some of these comments. So let me see. Watching from Africa. Great. How's everybody doing? My computer's stuck. So let me see what's going on here. Okay, G melodic minor over. It's just good. Melodic minor. Cool. Let me look at some of these comments because my computer just got stuck. Let me see the live chat. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see some of the live chat here. Okay, so let me see. Someone from Ghana? Good. From Brazil, thank you. Can other jazz guitar players tell when someone isn't playing jazz? Oh yeah. That's a good question. Ymir, my student. I have a student watching Ymir. He's a great guitar player. And he's like I'm actually half Filipino for people who don't know. And he's one of my Filipino brothers students. And Ymir, yeah, I can tell when people can't play jazz. Because jazz is actually a language, so so if someone's playing just like, let's say you're playing a song. Let me pick another song. Okay, it's not stuck anymore. I'm so happy. So watch this. Let me pick another song, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pick like a standard. Let me play let me do this song right here. I'm gonna pick The Days of Wine and Roses. I hope they have it here. Oh, let me see that. Days of Wine and Roses. I'm going to pick a song for you guys. And I'm going to play it like kind of medium up. Let's put it like a 160. What I'm going to do, everybody, is this. I want to play like someone who doesn't know how to play jazz. So let me start from the beginning. I want to make it a little bit faster. Here we go. So here's how I can tell you can't play jazz. I'm kind of exaggerating, but what happens is, what am I doing here? When someone's not playing jazz, they're actually just like, they're not playing over the chord changes. So they're playing the same scale. I was just playing an F major scale over there are all these chords going through the song of Days of Wine and Roses. Days of Wine and Roses has a lot of chords. Let me see if I have it in this book. Days of Wine and Roses. It might not be in this book actually, but the Days of Wine and Roses. Anyway, so when I'm playing through this song, here's how it should sound. You should sound like you're playing jazz over the chord changes. Let me turn this up a little bit. Here we go. So what I'm doing there is I'm basically just playing jazz lines. I'm not playing anything fancy yet, okay? But you can tell I'm actually playing over the chord changes. I'm using jazz language, okay? I'm using passing tones, licks that I've learned, 2/5s, arpeggios. I mean, I'm using all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff I've learned over the years to play when I'm playing jazz guitar. So someone who knows how to play jazz, they really know the language, and they know I'm using all kinds. Also, the rhythms are very important. So I'm playing a lot of eighth notes. I'll do triplets, all kinds of different things. I could do double time phrases. At this speed, it's going to be really fast to do double time, actually. I'm going like at 170, but it's possible. Let me show you different techniques I could use. And I'll say them out loud when I do that. Ready? Here we go. So eighth notes. Triplet. Eighth notes. Triplet. Triplet. Bebop scale. Bebop. Arpeggio. Triplet. Triplet. Arpeggio. 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 So see all those techniques I just used? I was doing arpeggios, triplets. I also do extra things. Of course, I can't. It's kind of hard to say everything when you're playing, but I know what I'm doing. You know, and I know when I'm not playing stuff correctly. I know, you know, if I play a wrong note, I know it the most. People might not even notice it, and some people might. But to me, I'm my worst critic too, and you should be too. So let me get back to the questions before I finish up here, because I got to eat lunch soon. But this has been a great live session, everybody. Now, if you enjoyed this, definitely please follow me and subscribe. You know, join my Patreon. We had a new patron today. I appreciate you, Chris P. And also go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. And this week you get 20% off everything. 20% off. Use code Sunday. Celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz. That's on my Instagram channel. And thank you for all my 25,000 subscribers and followers on Instagram. Let me see. Let me see this. I have a class in 3 minutes. Oh, sorry, John. There's a lot of questions here. Oh my God. Hello, jazz is the toughest of all of them. Do you recommend beginner play to start with jazz? Yes, if you're a beginner, start with jazz. I would start with jazz because, you know, there's nothing wrong with starting with jazz. You know, if you start with jazz, you know, it's really, you know, classical is hard too. If you start with classical, that's hard too. So they saw a lot of guys back years ago in classical guitars. So you should definitely start with jazz. Okay, let me see this. That's cool. Can you play any sing-alongs like Wagon Wheel? Yeah, I played G major pentatonic over that just now. Okay. Cheers from Chile. Let me see these other questions. Oh yeah, so yeah, thank you, Yumir. He thanked me for putting up the so someone's asking me about the George Benson picking technique. So you know what? Let me see, that's Shiva Savananda. So yeah, I basically use the George Benson picking technique, but it's weird. Recently, I've been straightening out a little bit sometimes. I don't know why. But the George Benson picking technique is basically a sideways technique like this. I hit the string like this. If you watch carefully, my pick is more at this angle. Not straight, but more at this angle. So, you get a lot more speed. When I was playing years ago, I studied with Rodney Jones. He helped me with this technique, and I've also hung out with George Benson a lot. At one point back in the in the late 90s, I used to hang out with him. You know, he's taking me out to dinner, and I've been hung out. You know, and hung out with him backstage. And he uses this technique where it's sideways like this. So it's really a weird technique. Sometimes I start straightening out because some of you need to first, if you want to use the George Benson picking technique, you need to you should definitely use flat wound strings, because when you turn the pick sideways and you have a round wound string, you're gonna have a scratchy, scrapey sound. I can prove that on you. Where's my other stand here? Oh, here it is. So if I'm playing my 7-string guitar, let me show you. I have a round wound string on this thing. So on my 7-string, this is hard to switch between these things too. I'll tell you, everybody. So that 7-string has actually it's a wound 7-string. So listen. You hear that sound? You hear it less here, but I can hear it now because I'm actually not playing that loud, but I can hear it acoustically. But here, you can really hear that scrapey sound. So the George Benson picking technique is basically playing sideways. It really helps you build speed up. So let me show you something right now. I'm going to play a fast rhythm changes song, like I Got Rhythm, and really fast. And it really helps you with playing really, really fast. I'm going to put this up pretty high. Not that. That's slow. I'll put it up to 300. Okay, I'm going to play this at 300 metronome markings per minute. And this technique really helps you play with up tempos. And that could be faster. That's not even that fast. So let me show this. Let me show you. So you get the idea. So I'm using that picking technique because I can get a lot more speed when I'm playing at an angle. Okay? Now I'm still getting warmed up here. And also switching between 6 and 7 strings is not easy for the picking even. To hit the notes correctly, to play on each guitar over, switching between 6 and 7 string is a really kind of tricky for me still. See? So I'm doing 300 quarter note right there. And that's considered up tempo. And I play sometimes with bands much faster than that even. It's kind of crazy. Where it's like when you're playing, you see a fan spinning, you put your fingers in there, the strings feel like that when you're going that fast. So that's a great question. The George Benson picking technique is really great for your technique for playing fast and playing, kind of nice fast tempos. Thank you, Joker Man. Hey Ron, your shorts are very helpful. I'm a new to jazz guitar. I was wondering what kind of scales you play over a major, minor, major 7 chords. So, Joker Man, you on minor, major 7 scales, you use melodic minor, or you can use the Dorian also. No, actually, no, melodic minor, or harmonic minor too. So here's an F major. Let me do an A minor, major 7. You can use harmonic minor too. Because that note's in there too, the minor major 7 note. Okay. Oh. Now let me see. John Smith. Sounds great, teacher. Thank you. Hello from Brazil. Watching from Africa. Greetings, everybody. Now let me see. Do you begin to incorporate chromatic system in my solo? How do you? So chromatic system. That's an interesting question. Chromatic notes can be just random notes as well. But in jazz, we like to use chromatic passing tones, chromatic approach notes, all kinds of things like that. So I like to do that a lot. So you can start doing that over like chord tones, between whole steps in your scales, etc. Okay. I'm starting to get real tired now. So everybody. Informative and inspiring. You're welcome, Jonathan, and thank you, Santiago. Can he slap? I can slap on this thing actually, but I don't do it much. So anybody. So there's so many questions here. I can start jazz right away. So thank you everybody for watching. Again, I'm gonna finish up now. I gotta eat lunch. I'm getting tired. But if you enjoyed this, please join my Patreon here. Let me show you this. I have so many banners. I can't keep up with this stuff. Here we go. Oh, also, if you enjoyed this, I'm taking donations of $1 or more. It's not required, but it'll be great. To help support me during this time of no gigs. And mostly teaching at home. But so if you want to donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music, please do so. PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to finish up in a second. If I really help you out today, that would be nice. And also, what was I going to say? On my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have a sale, 20% off everything. Use code Sunday. Hurry up before the code expires, okay? So you get CDs, you get this book here, Chords at Your Fingertips for 20% off. It's signed and autographed. Also, if you want to join my Patreon, you just go to patreon.com and it's called it's Ron Jackson Music, and join my Patreon, okay? So thank you very much for watching, everybody. It was really great having you. I'm going to be doing at least I'm going to be doing these live sessions at least once a week or twice or two or three times a week, just answering questions. Okay, but there's nothing like a real workshop when I present a workshop where you can actually play and or taking a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself. Okay, and looking forward to hearing back from you guys. And please follow me. Please share this channel with all your friends and family, and I'll go all over the place and follow me there too. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. Twitter. Have a great day, everybody, and thank you for watching. Okay, bye-bye. Here, dude. Here you go. Here you go. Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. So just to get started, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a modern method for guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's and when I started at Berkeley, um, you know, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like which you should know how to do too. But there's a problem with tablature. So what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. It's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord and then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, you need to it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that, but there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form. Like in a real book like this, you see? everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes. And that's really hard to do, actually, too. I mean, you have to know, you have to memorize what chords are. Like a G major 7. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. He said reading music. He talked about one thing that was really interesting and it's like when you're looking at piano music. Like piano music is really hard for a guitar player, so you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. And I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, and the bass clef together. So so this is A, C, E, G, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm going to take out my guitar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. So let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training. And also you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh, hey, Reggie. Hi. Can you hear me okay, Reggie? Respond, please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. So just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like do re mi fa sol la ti do, which is your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say one, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very, very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now, these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1, 4, 5, 1, which is like a 1, 4, 5, 1 progression. Different cadences like that 1 to 5, 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm going to put something on my phone. I think like a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings here because I'm hearing an echo. I'm going to try to fix that real quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on one second. It's picking up the oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on one second. I'm going to input is should be the let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. Put them is this. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to have to use my I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now, so so anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the I'm going to use the speaker. Now, so so you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm going to put something on my phone. I'm going to pick a random pop song. And the first thing you do when you want to take off songs is, ear training is part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so it could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. Okay, so let me pick one song here. Billboard Top 100. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So this is a random song. So what I try to find out first is no, okay. So I just stopped. I said, oh, the first. So Anton, it's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off of. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only 3 or 4 chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it goes. So it starts off with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the 6th chord, goes to A, and this song is actually called what is it? Dynamite Official, BTS. It's BTS, the famous Korean pop band. And it goes C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could actually, I try to figure out, if I don't want to if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just listen and figure out what chord progressions there are and by ear. Now this takes a lot of experience in ear training, so you have to learn about cadences. You have to learn about intervals. You should know all your types of intervals. So this song starts off like that. So it's just 3 chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. So it's basically C sharp, F sharp, C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs I always find is not learning the song, is the form. So and also the arrangement, of course, because the song might be easy with chords, but there's a whole arrangement that makes the song unique. So and also the hard part is learning the melody to these songs. So if you're taking stuff off like pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you, and you have to know your intervals between notes, be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you write rhythm first, then the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the notes first, then write the rhythm. So let me write that down. Write notes first, and then rhythm, then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, um, I'll take a note. Let's say I'll write a note down first, like this. I'll put the note here, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, but you have to be able to count rhythms and feel rhythms too. Now that's a whole different skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. Um, he has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm. But Sonny Rollins will probably start playing off the time in a minute. Ba-doo-ba-ya-ba, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. So how would you write that? One ba-doo-ba-ya-ba, ba-doo-ba-da-da. So I just figured that what he played that he was playing on E flat major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of So that rhythm is like you got to figure out where's he playing that at. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do ba. So that's the and of one ba do ba. So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going one. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do be ya bo do be da do. I mean, he's playing it like that, so it's like now you can see the rhythm. It's 1, 2, and then when you get to in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2 So 1 boo do beta do. So it's going 1 eighth note, then 2 eighth notes on the second beat, 2 eighth notes on the third beat, and so it's like 1 boo do beta do. Then there's a rest on 4, and then he's playing on the beat 1 now. 1 boo do beta bo double da do. I mean that's basically what he did. I mean I'm doing this really fast, but let me see. Move back a little bit. Oh shoot. Let me see where he's at here. Let me play that. He's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? See? That's the thing he just played. Ba-doo-ba-ya-bo, doo-ba-da-bo. I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. I don't have that with me in front of me. Some notation paper, but that would be two. The eighth note, and that's like a E flat. Let me show you my guitar. So he's actually playing, and I'm in the same register he's playing. So you should actually know if you're transcribing what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. Then he's playing the fourth. And he's actually approaching the third back to the root. That's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. And so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and actually taking off melodies. So what I usually do is I transcribe, and I could either transcribe if I want to, write it out for to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos. Or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger. But if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. You should have this stuff memorized. So you should know how to do these things by ear and memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. So ear training is very important. Also, sight reading. Be able to even write this out. You have to be able to read a little bit. Pretty good. I mean, not particularly. I mean, learning on the guitar is kind of hard. One of the things that I wanted to show you today was let's saying that lick I just showed you. That lick. That lick he just played. I could play it here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. There's 3 ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like it's like an E flat chord to F minor for a second. Outline the F minor, and then you can do it here. And then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower. So that's, these are different things you can do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings. And that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find the best fingering. Like when you play when you're learning a saxophone solo, saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who told me who played trumpet, said, "Well, man, I was learning a guitar solo the other day, and it's really hard to play on trumpet." So you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later. On the link if you want to watch my my live stream. So I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off. But so one important thing is first, like I taught. Let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, dos. Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. There are guitar players who can play fast. I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play a horn because they can take a breath and they move their fingers and it's more legato. The guitar has to actually pick or attack each note somehow. Like let me show you. You have to be able to attack each note, but you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You just have to figure out you just have to practice and get the technique together. But horns can actually blow through, and piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think every instrument you can play fast. You just got to get your chops together and practice. I mean, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. I couldn't get any speed. If you want to talk about getting speed, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took 1 or 2 lessons, and he showed me this George Benson picking technique, and I got made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, you see? So now I was able to get speed, but it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. So I use a lot of legato. I mean, I kind of approach it more like a saxophone player. I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. He actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. Those different types of of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's going to be about sweeping, sweep picking. So you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because if you skip across a string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio. Or those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. It's just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, sometimes um, that like I was working on this song called "Got a Match" by Chick Corea, and that was a really hard song to play fast on the guitar because they play it so. When I was learning that one, I had to figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering or figuring out the right fingering helps you play these melodies and solos much faster. Okay. And in that song, I was lazy. Um, Usually I'll learn a song by ear if I have time. But I usually just look at the sheet music just because to save time because I can read too. So I think it's very very important, everybody, to know to be able to play so many different ways. You should be able to read music, transcribe music, hear music, and you know, you know, write down the music. Do every possible way. Know how to read tabs. You should know all these different techniques because they're all useful tools. Especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians like I have a lot of friends. When I used to do Broadway a lot, they were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and that's good too. And they play the crap out of those parts. And but they're like I don't know I don't know how you put it. Like they're like these. It's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. But it's not to me. I mean, but they're not. They admit they're not creative. That they don't know how to. They don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill that brings you to. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, but um. So I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. It's actually a skill and a discipline. I like the discipline. That's the word I want to say. It's a discipline to actually play parts to a show, a Broadway show, and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band and be able to play all these different instruments. Like I wouldn't be playing like just like a guitar. I'd be playing like banjos and whatever. Electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money. You know, I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like, it's a lot of, it's like a real job, and it's only a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts and you have to be meticulous and and play right every night. because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music, but it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more about that in another live lesson. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we can talk about. And that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? Um, so you should be able to just to review. You should be able to also know different rhythms, um, and count them and see them. And it took me a long time actually because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th note. I mean, in those kind of notes, but it was hard for me to start working on 16th notes. You know, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for real live, real life shows, not like sitting at home with a real book. And I learned a lot just by doing that and got my helped my reading a lot, you know. And so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to do it, you know, and get into situations where you have to read music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now for now. Get together, go to play a show. If you're just get starting out, find an off Broadway show or an amateur show just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. Um, and as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently. And different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So, if there's any questions, let me know. Send me, a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. Let me write this down for you guys. Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, uh, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson, and about my live lesson, and I'll see you guys in about a month, and I hope that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training, um, and each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, is just have one whole subject, okay, instead of having like three different ones in one. But I wanted to give you an overview about all these different things you need to learn. Okay, everybody, have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. How's everybody doing? It's Ron Jackson here, and I'm live here at Inglewood Hospital. I have a solo guitar gig here every couple of weeks. Every week. Sometimes on a Thursday, sometimes on Wednesdays, or both. We're trying to figure that out right now. So I just do solo guitar, and so Right now, I have to wear a mask just because I'm in the hospital. So, if you have any questions or anything, let me know. I'm going to get started here. I'll do a little warm up here. Let's see. Let me do a song that you guys might know. I'm going to a little bit closer. There you go. Let me just this one little. So you can see the guitar. Nice and good. I'm going to do Love Walked In. I haven't done it in a while. Let me take these out of my pocket. Pocket feels heavy. Okay, here we go. Oh, good, good, good. Let me check this out real quick. I know I'm live, but I gotta see what's going on because I don't know if I can see myself. Okay, guys. So if you have any questions or anything, let me know, and I'm gonna see what's going on here. Oh, I'm gonna go to my channel and see how my live looks. Because I don't see anything or anybody talking yet. Hey, how everybody? Oh, hi, Leo. You guys can see me and hear me there. Good. I'm actually live at Inglewood Hospital, Leo, and I'm doing good. I'm just getting warmed up, guys. I was in California a couple of weeks ago, and what happened was, I've been busy doing my regular stuff, just working on my business and my websites, my music, and I haven't had much time to practice. But now I'm gonna play for you some songs, okay? So let me look at my song list here. I have it on my phone as usual, and I'm at Inglewood Hospital. I play here in New Jersey, and I play here once a week if I'm in town. So let me do something. Let me do another song that I haven't done in a while. See if I can do this. Let me turn the bass up a little bit here. Here we go. Where are all the comments? I don't see the comments here streaming up. It's okay. It's kind of weird. I only see them if I go here. Here we go. Let me pin this. Let me pin you, Leo. Here we go. Hey guys. Oh, you move back over here, so I'm almost hitting the wall. My guitar. So if you want to ask about my guitar or anything, hey. Oh, hey Simon. Um, Great to hear from you guys. I'm playing solo guitar gig right now. Thank you for watching. And he had a question about not many 7-string guitars for sale in UK. Really? Well, contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, and I could tell you how to get a 7-string guitar. But this is a handmade Benedetto. You can't really see it. Look at this. It has 7 strings, and it's a really great guitar actually. And it's a handmade guitar, so they're really hard to find. Let me pin your comment. And so they really exist, but you have to look for them. Eastman guitars I play Eastman. Sometimes I bring them out, but I like to use my Benedetto from now on because it's like a superior guitar. But they're expensive. But you can get an Eastman guitar pretty good, They're really great guitars, Simon. And Leo. Oh, Joe Ravi. I know Joe Revo. I know Joe. I haven't seen him in a long time. Joe, I haven't seen in a long time. I used to hang out with Joe in New York, Leo. Let me pin your comment if it lets me do it. And yeah, Joe Revo I haven't seen in so long, guys. And he's really a great guitar player, from Broadway shows and stuff like that. So I got to be careful with my guitar because I have my dentist thing. Let me play another song for you. Keep going, guys. Yeah, Leo. Yeah, that's right. Joe Revo. Yeah, he's a great guy. I'm friends with him, but I haven't seen him in so long. I remember meeting him about doing Broadway shows when I first went to New York and all that stuff. But I don't do any of that stuff anymore. I quit playing that stuff and doing my own thing now. So, really great guy. So let me continue with the song, guys. If you have any questions, send them to me right here on YouTube. I'm live in different places too, as well. Let me look at my song list here. I have so many songs, and let me see if I can do something maybe in Latin or French even. Hi. And let me see. See if I can play this one. I haven't played it in a while. All right. So that was called C'est si bon, a French jazz tune. You see how my friends are doing over here. Thank you for watching, everybody. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 list. Hey, good. Oh, so Oscar, can you play No Moon at all? I don't know. I played that before, Oscar Ortiz, but I don't know that one really because I just don't know the song. I've played it like with singers, so I don't know the melody. I could put the chords out, but it wouldn't be good to play that song. Sorry about that. Who influenced you the most on 7th string? I think Bucky Pizzarelli, my guitar teacher, Simon. It's a great question. So, thank you guys. You know, I appreciate you all. And if you want to, you know, help check out my YouTube and everything, and follow me on bands in town. If you want, I'm going to be trying to come to England soon, Simon, etc. And if you want to, oh, you sent my info to, oh, great, to Bravo. Yeah, I think Joe has my number, but I haven't talked to him in so long. So yeah, Bucky Picciarelli influenced me the most because that's who I studied with. And that's how I started playing seventh string. Ralph talks about George Van Epp, if spelled correctly. That's his name. Yep, that's who Bucky studied with actually. And George Van Epp to a little A string here. And Simon, yeah, I do a lot of the Barry Harris method. If you go to my store here on YouTube, I have all these kinds of lessons that you can take a look at, guys. And you can, get my own. You can pick up my lessons and learn about his type of style of playing, and learn his licks and all that kind of stuff. And I appreciate you guys watching. And also, if you enjoy my content, I have a super chat there, and PayPal and those other things if you want to help support my music and everything. And let me go right here and actually play something. Yes, I'm trying to get to England right now. I'm having my booking agent work on that right now. Let me see if I can do like a Latin song for you guys. Okay? And I don't know why I can't see the chat on Facebook. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why. But let me continue now with another song. I'm going to go here for about an hour. Let me see if I can find like a nice Latin type of song for you guys. Let me look at this right now. Okay. Oh, I haven't played these in a while. Let me do this one. It's been a while since I played this. Let's see. All right, everybody. The shadow of your smile. Yeah, thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate you guys. Wow. We'll do one. I want to do more fluid playing. Yeah, me too. I need to practice, guys. And this is like my solo 7-string guitar, gig that I do every week, and I actually practice tunes that I'm working on solo. And right now, I'm gonna go live like every time I play for like the first hour. In the second set, I'm gonna do my own stuff, work on tunes. And hey, Ron, it's do you approach 7-string just like 6-string? Does bass player ever get in the way? Well, that's a great question, Simon. So just so you guys know, I play differently when I play with a bass player than when I play by myself. Because I try to avoid the 7th string with the bass player, but I use it as effect, and I might use it in my soloing. And it depends on the bass player. Most bass players are cool, but some guys aren't. If you play the bass note, they get really mad. They get to the register and say, "I'm playing the bass, man." I've had that happen to me, so I just have to be careful. But usually, if I hire them, they have to accept that I play 7-string and that I play the bass note. That's a great question. Let me pin that comment. Yeah. So I approach it a little differently. You know what I mean? So that's the question. So let me go and say hi, Reynold Alexander. How's it going, Reynold? Great to see you guys. Let me look at my song list and continue right now. I'm gonna try to do something a little different now. Let me try something a little bit different here. I'll do some blues, but I'll do some jazz blues good for you guys. Because I haven't played this in a while. It's a good gig to practice that stuff. There's a lot of songs I have to practice, guys. I wanted to work on some bebop blues, but I forgot some of the melodies, like Blues for Alice. Um, yeah, I used to know Blues for Alice. That's one tune I never really learned. So, but I just wanted to play blues, kind of change, practice that a little bit. Now we can do a ballad for you guys. I haven't done a ballad for you. And if you have any questions or anything, let me know. And I'll keep playing. Otherwise, thank you guys. Thanks for watching, everybody. Someone talked about 2/5 licks. I do those licks. I'm trying to expand myself and not do this kind of licks anymore. But let's work on that. And let me keep going now. Let me see. me put his comment. Hi Raymond, how are you? Okay, let me go and continue now. And guys, if you enjoy what you do, what I'm doing, please follow me. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I have a lot of lessons up there, etc. And let me continue with a couple, a few more songs before I take a break and have lunch. Let me see if I can play a couple of other songs before I finish up here. Let me do a ballad for once. Okay, I haven't played some of these songs in a while. So I'm gonna do. I'll try this one. I haven't done it one. Let me see. Yeah. That was called "You Are Too Beautiful." I haven't played that in so long. This is a great little gig solo guitar to be able to do that. So, oh, I best start slow. I can't play scales fast yet. Yeah, Simon. Yeah. So when I'm playing though, just so you guys know, when I'm improvising, I'm actually not playing scales. I'm trying to play lines, jazz lines. So eventually, you have to start learning how to play jazz lines, not scales. You have to learn your scales. But the best way to get this together, guys, is get a teacher. Like I've always had teachers. They can tell you, well, you're not doing this right, or you got to do this right. And so you can't just really judge yourself. So I teach people online from everywhere in the world who are really serious about doing this kind of stuff. So I'm gonna probably do one or two more songs, and Simon asked for Bluesette, which I haven't done in quite a while. Let me pin this message, and I appreciate you guys. If you want to, if you enjoy what you're hearing, please send me a super chat, or if you like, um, and you see my different things that I do here, different donation options, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'm gonna take a break soon and have lunch. And this is my weekly seven string jazz guitar gig, and we really appreciate you guys watching, and especially from all over the world. I see people in England, and I'll be going live again tomorrow here at the same channel, doing the same thing. Okay, so here, let me get started and do another tune for you guys. Right now, let me think about this for a second though. Oh yeah, lose that. I'm gonna sip my coffee and get started. Thanks for all the great questions and talking about scales and old friends like Joe Revo. Let's see if I haven't done this in a while. Before I start, let me tune my guitar a little bit. I'm gonna take a little bit of the treble off too. There's a little treble. Let me see. I got to tune the guitar up a little bit. So standard tuning with the low A. It doubles the A string. So let me do a little bluesette for you. I haven't played it. thank you everybody for watching. Thank you. And it's Ron Jackson here. Appreciate you guys. Um, I'll be back tomorrow going live. I'll be going live a lot these days. And thank you, Simon and Raymond, and everybody that's watching. Leo, Oscar, uh, anybody else who made a comment who might be watching. Please follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Bands in Town, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. I'll be coming to your country soon. I'm going to be going to Europe to perform very soon again. And I'm trying to get to England and many other places and all over the world. So thank you. I was just in California. I really appreciate you guys. And let me see what else is going on here. We'll be talking soon. I'll be going live tomorrow at noon. Again, solo 7-string guitar from the same place here in Inglewood Hospital, New Jersey. And thanks everybody for coming out and watching. And we'll talk soon. And thanks, Simon, and everybody. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. How are you? I'm actually live at Inglewood Hospital here in Inglewood, New Jersey. Hey there. And I'm going to be playing for you. Hope you can see me okay. Solo 7-string guitar. So I'm just getting started here. And I hope you're doing well. I have to wear a mask because it's a hospital. And everything's in the hospital. So you guys know that. Some people comment like, "Hey, why are you wearing that mask for?" So let me see. I'm gonna follow right now on my YouTube channel myself, who's watching, and etc. Let me go right now to my YouTube channel. So I'm live right now. Let me go, and I'm gonna follow your comments and everything. And thank you. Let me turn this down. And let me say hi to everybody. Hi. Thanks for watching. And I'm going to start playing right now. And we start with a tune to get warmed up here, okay, everybody? Thank you. So let me pull over here this way. Make sure you can see me good. Like this. Oh, sorry. My camera. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Thank you. Thanks for watching. You a guitar player? Huh?
Piano player.
Oh, cool. What's your name?
Robert.
Robert. Oh, cool.
Ron?
Yeah, Ron Jackson. Yeah.
I met the guy who plays this normally.
Oh, who's
He's
that?
still around. It's been a couple of years. Older gentleman. He was about 80.
I mean, I hope he survived COVID because he
You know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Because they brought me in. They brought me in. They stopped it for a while.
Yeah.
And what's happening is now they started the music up again.
Nice.
I've been here since June, on and off.
Well,
Are you interested in a CD or anything?
I got an appointment.
No, no
I'll
problem.
talk to you on my way back down.
Yeah. I'm going to start now.
Nice, Ron.
And I'm broadcasting some of my fans right now.
Nice.
Thank you.
Ron Jackson, I find you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm everywhere. Thank you. Okay. Restart, everybody. So I have my Eastman 7-string here. Just hold on a second. How's everybody doing? Let me see the comments here. Hey, Marina. Wow, kisses from Madrid. Hey, Marina. Hey, I'm going to be trying to go to Spain actually very soon. So, hey, hello, Robert. Hey, Eric. What's up, grammar school friend? Oh, man. Oh, I can't remember you, but I haven't seen you in a while, Eric. But how are you doing? Thanks for watching, everybody. And I appreciate you guys. Just please share my live stream with everybody. And if you have any questions, please answer and ask me. And let me continue now with another song right now. That's going to be kind of fun. Thank you for watching, everybody. Well, we have a little good crowd here today. Thank you. Please share my live stream with everybody, and I appreciate you guys. If you enjoy what you hear, you know, you can get things like on my website here, like my vinyl and all this other stuff that I have available. And also, if you want to, you can actually tip if you'd like, right there on my PayPal, right in front of you, at Ron Jackson Music. But please share my live stream. And if you have any questions about my guitars, anything, let me know, and I'll let you know about it. Okay, I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you, Marina. Georgia on my mind. Oh yeah, let me play you Georgia on my mind, Marina. I appreciate it. And you know, if you're watching on YouTube, you can also do super chats. I appreciate it. And remember, share my live stream and please follow me. We try this right now. Here we go. So Marina wants to hear Georgia on my mind. So let me do that right now. I'm going to tune up my 7-string.
Thank you for watching, everybody. I got my sponge in the guitar because it keeps the guitar from going dry. I appreciate you guys, and thanks for watching. And please share. Thank you, Marina, for asking for that song. It's a great song. You know what? I forget about playing that one. So if you have any requests, anybody, please let me know. And just let me know. And also, I'm going to continue now with some more songs. And let me see if I can do something, maybe a Latin song for you guys. Hope you can see me okay. If it goes, yes, that's a little bit better. I'll move back so you can see my guitar really well. Let me see. Let me go down a little bit so you can see me good. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you, I appreciate it. Send me some comments. I don't hear anybody from YouTube saying hi, and I appreciate you guys on YouTube. And remember, share my live stream with everybody. How's it going? Thank you for watching. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have my fans walking by now. Thank you for watching. If you're enjoying what you're hearing, if you're watching on YouTube or even on here, I appreciate you guys. And please share my live stream with everybody. And if you enjoy what you're doing, please support me by, I have my PayPal and Venmo and all that right there showing for you. And also, I have products and everything else that you would like. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much for watching. And I'm going to continue now with some more songs. That was called Black Orpheus. And I have a mask on because I'm actually in a hospital, everybody. And I really appreciate you guys for watching. And that was Black Orpheus. The song before that was, let me think about that. It was pretty fast. And this is my Eastman 7-string guitar. So I'll be going live all the time from here every Thursday if I'm available in town here at Inglewood Hospital in New Jersey. And if you have any requests, let me know. I appreciate Marina for watching. And thank you. I can't understand, but I think that's either Cyrillic or Greek or something. I can't read your name, but thank you for loving my stuff, everybody. And right now on YouTube, I only have a few people watching, and I appreciate you guys too. So let me continue now. I'm thinking of some songs that I always play, but I never do enough in public. So let me think of some other songs that I'd like to do. Also on YouTube, I take super chats too. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? Oh, Disky Gillespie. He died here in this hospital. Well, he died a long time ago, in the 90s. Yeah, thank you for watching. These are my CDs and stuff. Thank you for watching, everybody. And, you know, I really appreciate everybody that's watching. You guys are great. Got to run, Ron. You sound great. Have a great day. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Robert, for watching. And please share my live stream with everybody. Like and follow at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. And I'll be touring and playing in a town near you again soon. You know, and I'll be in Savannah in a couple of weeks, going to the Benedetto factory. Check out Benedetto guitars. And also, I'm going to be going to the NAMM show in thank you, Simon. I appreciate you, Simon. You're great, Simon. I appreciate you. I'm going to be going to the NAMM show in LA in April. If you want to come see me there live in person, you know, and I'll be attending that and meeting some cool musicians. I'll be there from La Bella, the guitar factory that makes these strings. I'm going to be representing them this year. I'm going to be doing some stuff for them in the future. These are the best strings for jazz guitar, and you can only use them on these type of jazz guitars, art stuff. So, the last song I played was "If I Should Lose You." It's a great tune, you know. And thank you everybody for watching, and I appreciate you. I'm going to do another song right now. I should do a ballad. I haven't done a ballad yet. Let me see. Let me think about. I haven't played this in a while. So it takes a lot to tune this guitar, everybody. Look, there's 7 of these strings, and these strings need to be changed actually, because they're getting old. Actually, I just got this guitar. I traded it in for another Eastman. This is a really great 16-inch Eastman that I've never seen before, and 7 strings. So just so you know what this is. So I'm going to do this song by one of my favorite compositions by Michel Legrand from France, and this is called "What Are You Doing with the Rest of Your Life." What was that ending called? Sing, but you got the flamenco bite too. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Simon, for watching, man. I appreciate it. Please, everybody, share my live stream with everybody. Thank you for all the likes and everything. And I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna try to do a fast song then. Let me see. Let me see if I can do. Yes, I. That's good. Thank you. Thank you for watching. For listening. Sound like Star Wars record. Star Wars record, huh? Donna Lee.
Donna Lee.
It's a 7-string guitar.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You play guitar?
yeah. I play some. Play a lot more.
Huh?
I used to play a lot more.
Yeah. Oh, these are my albums if you like
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Or my vinyls, my chord books, all kinds of cool things. You know, if you're into playing guitar and stuff. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
I'm a writer for them, and this is published through How Leonard Music. I have some
Yeah.
chord melody lessons in here, and I take credit cards if you like one.
Yeah.
I do everything. Because, you know, to support my business. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. And I have my fans watching right here too on YouTube.
On YouTube, huh?
Yeah, I'm Ron at Ron Jackson. I'll give you my card too. Thank you.
Yeah, you should know.
Hey everybody, hope everybody's doing well. It's Ron Jackson here, and one of my friends is saying hi to me. Take a couple of cards, yeah, and you know, keep in touch. Huh?
Check you out on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Ron Jackson Music.
Ron Jackson.
Music. It's all like everything is the same. Ron Jackson Music. Thank you.
They're trying to play
Huh?
Stella by Starlight.
Oh yeah, I'll do that for you. What's this? I have an arrangement for that on my website if you want to get it.
Oh, yeah.
It's on my website. You know, I sell it on there. Yeah.
You remember Harry Leahy?
Oh yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
great, man. Did you study with him? Oh yeah. Yeah, I teach too if you want to.
Yeah.
Just let me know. Yeah, I do everything. Yeah, I teach people all over the country actually. Yeah, I work for the Jazz Foundation of America actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm considered a volunteer, but also, you know. Yeah, that's why Dizzy Gillespie used to go here.
Oh, you know Dr. Frank Porter?
Oh yes, of course. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah. His son.
Yeah.
Both of them. I know both his sons.
Oh yeah, he was like a big supporter, and he was a guitar player for a long time.
Greg and the other son. United.
Yeah,
I met him. I spoke to him.
Yeah,
I spoke to
we
him.
used to hang a lot. His sons used to come see me play a lot in the city.
Yeah. And Gene Bertoncini.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the master. I used to study with Bucky Pizzarelli.
Oh yeah.
That's why I play 7th Street.
Yes.
You know, what's your name?
Mike Lizzie.
Good to meet you, Mike. Yeah. Keep in touch. Definitely.
I will.
Yeah. And I'm live streaming still, but you know, we'll talk and keep in touch. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you for watching, everybody. Do you have chord shapes to form lines? Hey, Simon. So sorry about that. I was talking to a fan of mine. Just go to my website, and I have lessons on there that are very cheap. You can just pick one up. This is not like a lesson day. I will do the question and answer, but just go to my website and check it out. I have everything about chord shapes on my website. You know, basic chord shapes and stuff like that. That's really basic. But I'm starting an ebook soon, everybody, so you can check it out. I'm putting a lot of stuff on my website and ramping up my whole, database and doing some ebooks about jazz guitar playing, 7-string guitar playing, and all that. You know, and so Simon, just go to my website. I have a bunch of chord shapes up there already. You can learn all the basic triads and all the 7th chords, so you can, okay? So you just go to my website. They're very cheap, the lessons. And I'm going to put an ebook about that soon, everybody. So be on the lookout about that. Thank you. And I'm going to continue with that song, Zelle, because my fan that would walk by requested it. Ready? So thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate you guys. Hey Harry, how are you? You recommend flat wound strings for jazz? Yes, I do. This is what I use. I use labella jazz tapes. And they're great strings, everybody. I appreciate you guys. And also, let me see, Mariani. Thank you for the oasis of peace and beauty. Spain loves you. Yeah, I've played in Spain many times, Marina, and so I'll be coming over there again. I appreciate you guys. If you like what I do today, if you'd like to donate, please go to my PayPal right here that's scrolling over at Ron Jackson Music or Venmo or Cash App or Zelle, whatever you like to use. And I'm kind to accept donations. And also, if you're on YouTube, I accept super chat, and I really appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go now. I'll be live streaming again on Saturday, taking questions and answers. This coming Saturday, I think at 2 p.m. Okay, this Saturday 2 p.m. on my YouTube channel again. I appreciate you guys watching, and you can watch the playback of this right after this. Okay, and I'm Ron Jackson. Please share my live stream everywhere. Share my page. You can follow me anywhere: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, every place, Facebook at Ron Jackson Music, and I'll be going live all the time now for you guys, everywhere I'm playing in the world, and constantly every day with my different lessons and everything. And also, I'm going to go to my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music if you want to get lessons and things like that to learn how to play 7-string and 6-string guitar, or on my website. And I appreciate you guys for watching. And I'm going to end it now. And thanks so much for all your support, everybody. You guys are great. I appreciate my audience all over the world. And I'll be coming to Europe very soon. I'm supposed to go to Portugal. I'm trying to work it out in July to go to Spain and Portugal. And, that part of Europe and even the UK in the summer and in the fall. Okay, so we'll keep in touch, everybody. And thanks so much for watching. So, yes, recommend flat round strings for jazz guitar. Definitely. George Benson, everybody uses it. Okay, these type of strings. And have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Well, I'm going live right now. Hello. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And actually, I'm getting ready to, I see two people already up here. I'm just going to adjust the camera and make sure everything's getting ready to go. And let me get my music out. But, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts. So I'm just testing the mic to see. Because I'm actually going to be using a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, please ask me. Please send in chat. Okay. Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjackson@gmail.com. I see two people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. Let me just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using two guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7 strings. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgaria. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera. And I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already. Thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use a melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. And it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically and through my amp. Listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic. Because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo. And I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you can see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck. All the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Not only the key of C. That should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, you know, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, you know, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know the every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account that, you know, they melodic minor actually won the what's the word, the contest, because, you know, I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay? It is to actually, what's the word? To know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz and you know, they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually, what's the word? You know, play them in a way where you're gonna sound musical. Okay, so first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing, up the scale, every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so that's, you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor, the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. You know, if you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even what students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't do practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, you know, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, you know. So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note, go to C, to E flat, okay, and we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale, skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds, like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you got to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything is saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads. When I say that, okay, just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the seventh chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go. I'm going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops. Made a mistake there. So that's actually C, minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now, D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then the mistake. See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, and then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major 7 shuffle. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop 2 voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that, okay? Now, this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop 2. So, actually raise I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop 2 voicing right now. I want to play C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational set. Settings. So, for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord or any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'm going to use. I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. There's another one, sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'll make that into an altered chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragul, hey. Ragul, I like that name. From Iceland. I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay. Another thing you can do on blues, actually, is if you're playing a dominant 7th chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now, remember on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now, what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor. But you starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or Mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a Mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking you about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff. That to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart, okay? And you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't know what to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. Just another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no. So Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented. It's an E flat major augmented seventh. I'm playing. Okay. So that's actually a minor major seventh. Is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords. I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay, so I lower the E to D. Then I lowered the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th. And then I lowered the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord, okay? So it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, So this is an E flat major 7, okay? Now all I did with that chord is the third degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the third, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it, okay? E flat minor major 7 is actually 1 5 major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of if I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as the flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy. We're in melodic minor, so it's a little different. Okay. So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related like in the same way, okay? So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or a dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat 7 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is the G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing, and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord now. Non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant 7th chord in the key of C is G7. Okay? I usually would play a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second. At gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com. PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart. Okay. So I'll pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested. And, and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram, everybody that started following me. And my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross-post onto my Patreon and everything else and Instagram. And I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff, okay? So watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here. E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and I have a low A note here. And it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, And you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know. And it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people. Really basic stuff. to get you into it, and then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. Well, you know, as a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And you know, when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So I mean, he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Now, so yeah, Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. This is what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, you know, non-wound strings, you know, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. And these were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the seventh string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. You know, my mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratch here from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So, you know, it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You know, you play 7-string, Jeremy, I guess. Yes? I guess so. If you play 7-string, let me know. I mean, you know, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study 7-string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay, now let me. So this is a 7-string guitar. So I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm gonna, remember to review your major modes, etc. before you get to melodic minor, okay? It's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my 6th string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that, major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play a Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember in the key of in any key, the chord scales are, Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, mixed Lydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you can take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords, D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point out about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2/5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on so G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I'm going to use a G Locrian natural 9. When I get to the C 7 flat 9, I can use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use. And I can use a melodic minor on F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2/5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2-5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, in raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I'll have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So, Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. You know, cool. Now. So, you know, we went into, let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and know triads, okay? So it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3, flat 3, augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, just the triads. Now the other triads are the 7th chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, you know, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 to me. Through me, and you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and you know, if you have any more questions, let me know. You know, you could just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, for anything, and also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. You know, I'm glad you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram is really taking off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now. Thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me, as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels. If you don't, share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, all at Ron Jackson Music. And, you know, so we did a melodic minor today. And if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching. And everybody have a great day. And I'm going to go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you, everybody, for watching. And it was really fun. And you had some great questions. And I really appreciate you guys. And, you know, it was a great session today. And, you know, you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay. And if there's anything you want to check out and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jackson, and that was my 2 walk fasts from my brand new album, Standards in My Songs. And you can pick up your copy at ronjacksonmusic.com of vinyl and CD formats. And it's going to be reviewed in the May issue of Vintage Guitar Magazine. So pick up a copy of Vintage Guitar Magazine at vintageguitar.com. And I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you. Camera and stuff, this takes a little maneuvering. I know it's the middle of the day for some people, and I'm gonna actually try to do best I can to make myself look decent in this thing with this phone. So let me see, and I'm gonna go to my other computer and make sure that, oh yeah, I'm live right now here, so I just want to make sure that people, that I can see all the comments that are coming in and get going here. So, I'm actually transmitting to YouTube as well, everybody. So we're going to be talking about playing melodies correctly today. And so please ask questions about that. Because people always asking me other questions all the time. Show me how to play a chord or whatever, So I'm like, why don't you just... let's try to stick to the subject today if we can about playing melodies. I'm trying to get all my little banners up here and stuff. So I'm just setting up. I'm going to be going live on Instagram too at Ron Jackson Music. And thank you everybody for following me and being a subscriber here on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. It's just been my YouTube has just suddenly started taking off in the last few well, actually since December, when I really started posting more on YouTube, and it's actually been working out pretty good. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been really fun being on here, and I try to do lives every few days just to teach people some new stuff. So let me see. Oh, we're trying to fix the background here. So let me do that. At the same time, I'm gonna actually get my guitar and set up.
This is too wide.
So let me see. Let me see. Let me see. So let me go to I'm gonna go to my YouTube, my Instagram channel in a minute, everybody, and get this here. How do you construct a melody over a chord progression? Well, I'm not, you know what, I'm talking about just being able to play melodies that people know, like jazz standards. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me set up my Instagram channel too right now. And so I'm going to do that real quick, because I wanted to go on YouTube first to make sure that the camera looks good. Then I'm going to set up my Instagram right now, because I'm going live on there too. So hold on, let me do that really quick, everybody. And everything's a little complicated here when you're running 2 things at once. So let me do that. How's everybody doing otherwise? That's good. Send me your thoughts and everything, and I'll answer the questions as best I can. So let me go on Instagram right now and go live there too. So I promised to go live there. So let me do that right now. I'm going live. So let me turn that on first. And then, it's a little different on Instagram because of the format. So I have to change the camera a little bit. I'm going live right now on Instagram. Let me move the camera back a little bit. I'm now live on Instagram. So let me put something on Instagram real quick. And hold on. Okay. And then let me do something here. So hey everybody, Instagram. I'm also doing a chord melody workshop here. So everybody, I'm going to play in a second, and I'll answer questions. Okay, and just to let you know on Instagram, I just started. There's a new thing on Instagram that I'm doing with Instagram itself. And if if you're enjoying the show, I have this thing. This is backwards for you guys. Sorry, guys. This is I accept badges if you like my show. So just take a look at this. If you want to buy a badge and you're enjoying what you're learning, you could just buy 1 or 2 or 3 badges for 99 cents to $1.99, $4.99. Okay, to help support my channel. And thank you everybody for my 25,000 followers on Instagram. So let me get my guitar out and get started here and stop talking. So I was setting up. I'm sorry guys on YouTube. So the background's a little weird on Instagram, but it's okay. Let me see. Let me just put it down a little bit. So, one of the most important things to me is playing the melody correctly. And I'm like a real stickler and, to playing a melody. Okay. And so, especially with me playing the melody is the hardest thing to play, actually, I think, in a tune. So when I'm playing, it's really important, for me to play the melody. And does anybody know why? Because, the melody is the most important part of the song that people listen to. Okay, and if you mess up the melody, the person that doesn't know anything about music at all, they'll be singing like Brown Eyed Girl or something. And if you're playing the melody and you mess that up, the worst musician, someone who's not a musician, I'm not even saying worst musician, the person who's not even a musician at all will know you messed that up. You can be the best musician in the world. And if you mess up that melody, they're going to know it. So I'm telling you guys, the melody is the most important thing in a song, actually. So when I'm playing, if I mess up the melody, I'm the most conscious about this thing. So it's a funny thing. Like everybody's worried about playing all these solos and fancy things on the guitar or any instrument, fancy improvisations. But you'd be surprised, guys who could play all that stuff and can't play the melody correctly. So that's really important, and that's really important to me because when I mess up a melody, I'm like, it really messes me up. Like I've been, I've been working on melodies for years, and sometimes you still can't play those melodies right. And you can play all the changes and everything, but it's really important. Yeah, someone's asking questions right now. Carrie, someone on YouTube's asking about sweep picking. Go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, January, February issue, Carrie. And there's an article, I did a whole article about sweep picking, okay? So go to the January, February issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I might even have the issue here. Do I have it? Yeah, it's this issue. In this issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine, Carrie, my sweep picking, that's my sweep picking article. Okay, there's George Benson on the cover. So I use sweep picking all the time. So go there and look at that article and read about it on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You can actually go to their website and check it out, actually. Okay. So we're talking about melodies today and playing correct melodies. My student Yumir is up here, and he talked about the song called Misty. And Misty is a great song, and he didn't know there was lyrics to it. He says, I didn't know Misty had lyrics. Listening to the lyrics helped the phrasing of the melody of the guitar in general. But I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz singers. I should start. Yeah, it's very, very important if you're going to be playing a melody, everybody. I'm going to play in a second. Is to listen to singers sing the melody. But sometimes the problem is with singers, they start interpreting the melody their way and they start embellishing the melody. I'm like, uh-oh, what are they doing? Because sometimes you don't even know what they're, if they're singing the melody, the way the melody is supposed to be, like really like, like, I don't want to say the real book because the old real book had melodies wrong. So just in case you guys use real books, get one that's really written correctly. And even those ones that are written correctly, like the ones that have like the publishing, like I have this book right here. It's one of these, these real books that are like, the ones you have to pay for, where they pay the royalties to the publishers. So they try to make sure the melody's accurate. And, listen to like the great singers. One of the best people to listen to for straight melodies is Frank Sinatra. He sang the crap out of all those standards, man. And he was like perfect intonation. I mean, just a great singer. So listen to people like that for melodies. So let's get into this a little bit. So let's say you're playing like, let's take a song like Misty. Like I've been working on that melody for years. Okay, and now this is like not a this is like a much more complicated melody than a typical standard melody where they has half notes and whole notes, quarter notes. So a lot of standards have and bebop melodies have a lot more notes because in bebop they have more rhythms, like eighth notes, 16th notes, 16-note triplets. Things like that. See those kind of melodies? So those melodies are tricky too. You have to have the right fingering. So if you're playing a standard melody, I think the standard melodies are even harder because they're simple. It's hard to play simple, actually. Play a simple melody and play it correctly. So, I mean, melodies come in all different types of forms, of course, Like one of the melodies I was working on recently with my students, and I actually put an arrangement up. It's the song Autumn Leaves. Now, a lot of melodies have like a pattern. They go like let's say, Love Walked In. Now, that song, for example, Love Walked In, these are just basically arpeggios. So, I'm going to turn the bass up a little bit right here. It's a little low. I hit the button by accident. So, it should sound like this. So, that's an arpeggio. So, those are arpeggios. But some melodies do these type of things, like Misty. Misty is like a real complicated band. A lot of arpeggios. So that's a tricky melody too. All these melodies are a little tricky. The most important thing is to play the melody correctly, and memorize it correctly. Now the guitar is really hard for this kind of stuff because what happens is if you're playing a melody, you can play it so many different ways. Like I can play Love Walked In goes like this. Now watch how many ways I can play that. Octave. See how many ways I can play that thing? See, I have to figure out the melody playing it that way. So that's really hard on the guitar because if you're playing melodies like different ways, I mean, there's so many ways to play the guitar melodies on the guitar that you can mess that melody up very easily because you're just trying to find the notes correctly. So I usually try to memorize a melody on the guitar, just one way, for example, so I know I play it correctly. Now, when you start transposing keys, that's a whole different story. So you got to be able to transpose these melodies into different keys, and it's very important to start working on these kind of things, everybody. So you play the melody correctly. Remember, it's not all about your solos. So let's take a song like Autumn Leaves. That's like a scale pattern. So I try to find these things in melodies like that. See that? That's a scale pattern. Okay. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's a scale pattern. Look at this. It can go the beginning of it. So I try to find these things in the melody. what I did? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird scale pattern. You go up the scale, then you do a fourth, and then that's not a typical melody. It sounds really cool though, doesn't it? Everybody knows that melody. See how I can play that scale pattern in different ways down the neck? That part is weird. That's the augmented chord there, because it goes on the beat. So you start. The thing is to find these kind of melodies and you know and find the scale pattern. Like if I did an octave lower, and also see how the melody works against the chord if you're a guitar player. So like when I'm playing the melody, I know that's on the A minor chord here. So that melody note is the C note against the A minor chord, which we call the flat third. So when you want to do chord melody, you're going to have to know how the chord, well, the note is in relationship to the chord. So we'll go like this. I'm playing my 7-string guitar, so that's a little more confusing too, everybody. So that's the third here on the G major 7. And then becomes the major 7 of the C major 7. Becomes the flat 3 of the F minor 7, flat 5, F sharp minor 7, flat 5. Now on the B7, now E minor 7, the flat 3 of the E minor 7. Now putting it on top of the chord. So what I did was I just did chord melody with the melody, but you should know how to play, always know how to play the melody separately, everybody. It's very important to do that. The Autumn Leaves melody, oh yeah, it sounds like that a little bit, Ymir. A little bit like that. If you have any questions, let me know. Someone asked about sweeping. I already answered that question. So I use sweeping a lot, actually, when I'm playing, just in case, Carrie. So yes, I do. And it's very, it's really important to be able to play, to use sweeping if you want to go fast. So but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about playing melodies. So let's say you're learning a melody. So you got to find different ways of playing the melody. And you got to see what the melody is against the, against the chord. And, if you want to do chord melody on guitar. But the most important thing is, like, there's different kinds of melodies you should learn. Like, for example, if I'm learning, like, a really, like a ballad or a song that I want to learn, let's say, Have You Met Miss Jones? I'm just picking up any song right now. So, for example, you have to learn the melody straight and try to find the most accurate version of the melody written out. And if you can't read, you should learn. And, I think guitar players are too dependent on tabs these days to learn. So I don't want to put guitar players down, but, the joke that if you put music in front of a guitar player, they'll stop is true most of the time. So it's really important to try to, learn notation, look at melodies from books like the real book like this. I'm just getting a Have You Met Miss Jones out because I haven't played it in a while. And you know what? If I haven't played a melody in a while, I'm scared to play the melody. I'll play it a solo, no problem. But the melody is the most important part of the song, always the most important part of the song. Then the improvisation, and a lot of the old school cats, if you mess up the melody, they'll be like, oh my God, you messed up the melody? Get out of here, So you should be able to play the melody. Oh, let me see, hello all. Yeah, so look at this. So let's say that you're playing this song called Have You Met Miss Jones? So I would look at the melody and just look at it and just look, just try to memorize how it sounds. See, I do it different there, my ear. I'm just reading this, So I'm reading the melody straight right now. I did it in time at the bridge. So it's very, very important to know how to play the melody straight, exactly as written. Because a lot of musicians, you know, when you're actually playing a jazz standard for everybody, you know, you don't play it like the book. You don't play it like the book like this. You sound real stiff there. He looks stiff too. You see? You're gonna play the melody like this. You're gonna interpret the melody. Once you know the melody really well, you're gonna go swing it. See what I did? I just changed it up a little bit and interpreted it my way. So I like, you know, that's what you have to do when you learn a melody. So look at that. I played it right here. So I'm playing it like in this register, but how many ways can I play it on the guitar? That's the problem with the guitar. You can play the melody so many different ways. Yeah, Ymir says his worst nightmare, getting fired from the band. From your own band. So look at this. I can do it this way too. I'm going to read it this way. See what I did? I just played it like a different position and fingering on the guitar. So that's the hard part of the guitar. You can play these melodies so many different ways that, you know, it can be you can, you know, you can just get lost by just playing the melody correctly, and you'd be surprised. Like I told everybody before, there's a lot of great players that they don't know the melodies as well as they should, you know. And you know, I've been guilty of that myself. And I just want to let you know, like years ago, I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery. You know, Wes Montgomery's brother. He used to be my roommate in New York back in the days when I really needed a roommate because I was so broke. And what happened was. He had a lot of great stories about Wes, but he you know, I used to go sit in with him in New York. He used to play at the Parker Meridian Hotel, like it was on the Parker Meridian was on 57th Street, like near Carnegie Hall, and he used to have a solo piano gig there, and he played his butt off, this guy, and I would just sit in, and then I would mess up the melodies. Hey Dario, I got your recording. Sounds good, man. I think you got my email back. So Dario sent me some, you know, him playing. He sounds good. So I told him that, and so yes, Dario saying you have to train your ears for intervals. Yes, yes, you have to train your ear for intervals. You have to be able to hear the intervals. But if you're playing in the key of F, for example, like Heavy Met Miss Jones, I forgot to mention about key in the beginning. So you should know what key you're in, obviously, when you're playing the melody. Like I'm playing in the key of F right now, so there's one flat. So I know that a lot of the scale tones in Have You Met Miss Jones is just walking up the scale. See what I did? See what I did? So you got to be able to play that and know your intervals. But if you're going up the scale, it's all second. Minor seconds and major seconds, you know, which is like on the guitar, one fret in between or two frets in between. Up the scale, you should be able to go up the scale on the same note. I'm in the key of F right now. You should be able to play your scales up and down the neck and across. And that's so many ways you can play actually all those scales, everybody, up and down the neck, and play your intervals through you know, through the changes and everything. Let me see. What's a good intro to reharmonizing a melody? Would that throw off people when you jam? Oh, if you're going to a jam session, Ymir, someone's asking Ymir, my student actually. Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He said, you know, a good intro to reharmonizing a melody. Well, there's all kinds of things you would, you know, I don't know if we want to get into reharmonizing a melody right now, but there's so many things you could do to reharmonize a melody. But if you're in a band situation, it's really hard to reharmonize a melody when you're in a band because they don't know what you're doing. So, and you know, I guess you could do things like you could do different types of things that are simpler, like maybe put a fourth under there, or you know, different. I mean, you could do simple reharmonizations like doing just like second intervals, thirds. Actually, I'm doing 6. Sorry about that. I'm doing 6 right now. 6 are easy to play on the guitar. So that kind of stuff is easy, or fourths like that. You know, simple things like that you can do with a band. Now, when you get to melody reharmonization, I don't want to get to that yet because we want to make sure in this like you know, impromptu live workshop here, or lesson, whatever you call it, question and answer, that you know how to play the melody without all that other stuff, because that's hard enough to play the melody correctly. Okay. Yeah. The fourths sound really cool. They, you know, fourths are a good sound. The seconds sound really cool too, like this. Or things like, wow, that's a little too easy. You could do all kinds of weird things on the guitar. 7. I'm doing 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do 7. 7 something really weird stuff. So that's a really weird sound too, isn't it, everybody? So I'm doing, you know, I'm just trying to do. Oh, sorry, Anthony. Anthony has to run. Anthony's out in Ireland, and he's running around in Ireland somewhere. So I have to get to Ireland one of these days. So let me look at some of these questions up here on Instagram, because I don't want to leave everybody out and wave some people here. Hold on, everybody. Let me wave to some people on Instagram. And everybody, just to remind you, let me make a few announcements if I can. Let me see. I have some announcements here. So, you know, what was I going to say? If you're enjoying this, everybody, especially on YouTube, you know, you could join my Patreon. The last live stream I had someone join my Patreon. You can learn a lot of cool stuff from me on my Patreon. You can just join it at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And I offer lessons there from $3 and up. And if you just want to be a supporter, you could just, you know, just be a supporter for $1 a month and just support what I do in general. So, you know, thanks. I have a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys. And on Instagram, I'll have to show you that in a minute. On Instagram, I have, what's the word? I'll have a backwards one for you so you can look at it. And also, if you're enjoying what I'm doing on my live right now, everybody, you know, you can donate. It's actually on my description, but if you want to donate $1 or more, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. That's all Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like all my channels, everything's Ron Jackson Music everywhere. So you can donate as well on Ron Jackson Music everywhere. And also my Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which is my email as well, if you want to contact me and ask me any questions. Okay? So Dario actually sent me a question. He plays some really nice flamenco stuff on guitar. And now remember, you know, jazz, you could be a great guitar player, but you have to really learn the language of jazz. Jazz is not like, it doesn't, you know, you don't have to have great technique to play jazz. There's some, you know, great examples. Like one of my favorite guitar players ever in jazz was Grant Green, and he never played with real fast chops or anything, but he had such a swing feel, you know, and such a great feel for the music that he didn't need to have chops. So, you know, that he's a great example of someone like that. So we're talking about, oh, thank you, Michael. You know, it's kind of weird. There's a little distortion coming out of my guitar, but Michael says I have a beautiful tone on the guitar. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to continue with learning melodies here. So another important thing is to learn, you know, when you're working on melodies, is to learn the melody correctly and make sure you play it accurately, because who's going to know you mess up the melody? Can anybody guess? The audience. If you play a melody wrong, like, you know, like, it's my life, it's now or where to I, you know, you play a song like that, any kind of crazy song. If you play a Bon Jovi song, you mess up the words and all kinds of stuff. Who's going to know? The people watching you. And they could be like not a musician at all. They could be like a lawyer, you know, walking in from his work, and he's like, man, he messed that song up, man. It don't care how good you are, you messed up the song, so they look at you badly already. So so it's important to know your melody, everybody, and you know, learn these songs correctly, and you know, and practice them correctly. So I mean, I work on songs all the time, and I'm still trying to get this stuff together. Unbelievable voice. Thank you, Howdy Dalty. I have an incredible voice. Thank you. You know, I need to practice my singing, so that's another thing I need to practice. So let's talk about learning bebop melodies now. So that's another hard thing about the guitar, is learning bebop melodies. So we'll get into that just a little bit. So for example, you know, I work on bebop melodies all the time, and then I forget them, and then I have to relearn them. So the hard thing about bebop melodies is that they're fast. There's a lot of notes. You know, you got to find the right fingerings. So, you know, I've been working, like, during the pandemic, some melodies that I've always wanted to learn. Like, let's say, here's one of the songs I've been working in the pandemic, is like Moose to Mooch. So, you know, that's a really great melody. You know, and there's this one part of that melody I always go, wow, this is kind of weird. This one. I'm always trying to play that correctly. Now, you know, this melody I've always wanted to work on. Now I had time, and even though I have time now, I still don't have enough time to practice. I'm always doing the social media stuff. But the thing is, you have to really work out these fingerings and practice these over and over and over until you get them. Because when you get on the gig and start to play them, it's a whole different story than when you're sitting home practicing. So, you know, I practice these slow and fast, and I had to figure out the fingering for this. Because you can play this, I'm playing it up an octave. You can do it there or there. That's the hard part about the guitar. You see that? I could do it there. See, I could do it right there, that melody. And it's a whole different fingering here. I could do it there. That's the hard part of the guitar, playing a bebop melody. You see that? Or here. Oh. See, I could do it right there too. So you see how many ways you can play that on the guitar? That's the hard part of the guitar, especially playing bebop melodies. I need water. Let me get my water. So let me go. Let me get my water. I'm talking too much. So, you know, that's the hard part of the guitar, playing these melodies in different ways. playing them all over the neck. And you know what? I guess you should be able to be free enough to be able to switch the melody. And do it here. You should know the melody, the guitar that well, actually, to be able to transpose those melodies just like that on the fly. And when you're on a gig, it's kind of hard to do that when you're like, you have to play the melody correctly, or you're on a recording. You have to just find one fingering, in my case at least, and play it correctly. See what I did? And I'm trying to find those notes here. See, that's all complicated when you start switching it all around. So think about it, everybody. When you're learning melodies, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Wow, which way is the best way to play these melodies? So I think it's all about your experience and your technique and your skill, and where you're most comfortable playing them. You know, I always tell my students, because when you're on a gig, you should play wherever the easiest, so you can just get to it without messing it up. Because you know, when you mess it up, there's gonna be a lot of people watching, going, "Oh my God, you messed that up." You know what I mean? So thank everybody who's watching on Instagram. You know, there's a few of you guys there, but I don't usually go live on Instagram this time of day. Yeah, so let me see. Unbelievable Boys. Thank you, Dario. Dario, that's in the key of B flat. So if you have any questions, please send them to me. You know, and thanks for watching, everybody. I'm just you know, going live to let people know how to perform a melody correctly. So when you're doing a bebop melody, you know, try to find the right fingerings, okay, when you're actually performing these melodies. And, you know, before you learn chord melody, everybody, let's say you play chord melody. I gotta close the door here. And say you're playing chord melody, and you want a chord melody, a song. Before you do a chord melody, you should always... Oh, wow. Matt says, "Hi, y'all, from Southwest Colorado, 4 years in the jazz band high school, now 35 now, lots of luck." You know what? I have a student out there, Matt, who's studying at University of Colorado, I think at Boulder, where they had the shooting. I think that's where the shooting was recently. I helped him get into the University of Denver College, you know, playing bass. So he's one of my students. He plays bass and guitar. A great guy named Chris. He might be watching, but he might be in school, might be sleeping right now. So before you learn how to do chord melody on a song, for example, one of the most important things about chord melody and playing melodies correctly is know how to play the melody without the chords first, and the chords without the melody. Then put them together, okay? You know, and you know, so like if I'm playing a melody like, let's say we did Love Walked In. Before I play that melody with chords under it, I have to make sure I know how to play it without the chords. So now I have to find how you play the chords under that melody. So this melody is basically just a bunch of, it's just a bunch of arpeggios. So this is like an F major arpeggio, starting on the third, then going from the fifth to the third, then to the fifth, to the root, third, to the fifth again, then I'm going to the G7, which is a third here, to the root of the C7. So now I can do my chord melody. I can kind of do like thirds. So first I learn the melody correctly, then I try to put the chords under each melody note if you can. Some people do that. So that's a great technique to be able to harmonize every note of the melody with a chord under it. So all I did was just arpeggios. See what I did? So I just did the arpeggio. So now I'm harmonizing the melody like that. So, but the most important thing that students need to learn, or anybody doing chord melodies, you have to know how to play the melody separately first, and play the crap out of that first, and play that well, interpret it well, then do the chord melody after that. So let's say. So that's There Will Never Be Another You. I've been playing this for a long time. So now that I know the melody, you can go. So what I did was I have my own chord arrangement for that, but I've been working on that for years. And so you have to know how to play that melody separately first and then put it together. There's some questions here. I'm currently drilling, John's asking, I'm currently drilling triads, chord, tones, and practicing improvisation, but it hardly sounds musical at all. Is this something that all students deal with at the beginning of learning music theory? Yes, John. You know what? So when you're learning how to do these chord melodies and all, and you're learning all these drills with triads, you should actually try to put it in an arrangement. Actually, that's probably the best thing for you to do. So I would suggest like taking a melody, like let's say like There Will Never Be Another You, and using those techniques to play and do an arrangement, because that's how you actually make these things sound musical. To get that together. I know it's frustrating, but you have to actually start employing, I call it deploying, like deploying a missile. Deploying your technique and putting it right into a musical context. So just put it, like, let's say you're working on thirds. I'm just doing thirds right now, trying to do simples. See what I do, John? So when you're doing this kind of technique too, everybody, like I'm doing all thirds right now, you got to be conscious of every chord that you're playing on, because your third, your note's going to change depending on the chord you're doing. So I went like this. Now I'm on a D7, D flat dominant 7. So I know that takes a Lydian dominant scale. So I just did all thirds. Now, if you took a melody and did that, John, it would sound great. I was just messing around trying to find the right notes. But if you deploy that kind of thinking in your playing and make it and put it into your music, it will really help. Okay, let me see. Ymir had a question. How do you play a chord melody while including the 7th low A string? So I'm using my 7-string guitar here. So that's a great question. Ymir is one of my students for a long time. If you want to study with me, everybody, please contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's all, you can contact me on my website, no problem. And I just want to let everybody know that. And also, let me see if I can find this thing for you. You might not be able to see this correctly, but if you go to my website, I sell my lessons, about these kind of techniques at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. So if I'm doing a chord melody with a 7th string, it's kind of weird to do it that way, Ymir, but you can go. So I can go. Like I use the 7th string all the time. did was, you know, I never did anything with that 7-string like that before. Everybody, with the with my student Yumir asked me how I would play the chord melody with the 7-string on There Will Never Be Another You, and I actually have to write some more chord arrangements because I need to put them on my Patreon account because I have some people who want to study Patreon on Patreon, and also for my students like Yumir, and also put them on my website because I have a bunch of I have about 5 arrangements right now for 6-string guitar, but I need to put more 7-string guitar arrangements. So that's a great idea, Yumir, to be able to take the 7-string and do a chord melody like this. See how I throw that 7-string in there? It's a lot of work. I have to think about it. So there's a lot of work that goes into trying to play a chord melody with a 7-string like that. But it's a really great question. Let me see. How many standards will you have to say you know? Thank you. So Shiva is asking you how many standards you should know. Oh man, learn every standard you possibly can. I mean, I know a lot of songs actually, but the thing is to keep up with all these songs to memorize them. Not only jazz, but I pop and rock and all kinds of different things, you know. So the most important thing is learn as many songs as you can, but make sure you learn them well and you know them well, each one of those songs, okay, Shiva? Oh, yeah, thank you, Yumir. It sounds good with the 7-string on the bottom. I'm going to write, actually, you know, more arrangements for you guys, I mean, you know, to put on my website for, you know, I sell my arrangements for like $5.99, you know, on my website. So if you want to get some arrangements like this, I already have a bunch like Autumn Leaves and a bunch of other ones up there. I'm going to be putting a couple of originals too up there. So, yeah, it adds so much depth to the sound with the 7-string. Of course, the 7-string is like a really low sound. So if I'm doing a song like, I'm going to write this out. 7-string. It's one of my arrangements. 7-string arrangement. So those are one of my arrangements. I'm going to actually write this one out for the 7-string and put it on my website. I have a bunch of things to do that is still behind on everything, you know, because I'm always posting all the time and doing these lives. But that's a really good arrangement I have. And also, you know, so I'm showing you on 6-string, but I have a version on 7-string, excuse me. But I have a version of that on 6-string. So it's basically the same arrangement. Let me get my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for my new XL1. Josh at D'Angelico, New York. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too, everybody, so you know. So if you like my guitar, D'Angelico guitar, you can go to my. I'm going to show you more stuff, guys, for everybody who's watching. Oh, too many things here. Anyway, here. If you want to go to my Amazon store, everybody, you can pick up a D'Angelico guitar on my Amazon store there. And on Instagram, it's Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And for YouTube, it's that, okay? And you can pick up one of these XL ones there. I don't think it's this color up there. I have like a blue one on my store. Grab it quick because one of my students wants to get one. So So if I'm doing a song like Time After Time on 6-string guitar with that arrangement, so we're talking about melodies and chord arrangements and melodies, how to play them correctly. So make sure you know how to play the melody. Sorry. So now I have a chord arrangement for that. So this is different now. I have to adjust my fingering now. It's not 7-string. So what I did was I just played a 6-string version of the arrangement. So in my case, since I'm a 7-string player, I have to have an arrangement for 6 and 7-string now. So I have to do twice as much work. And sometimes when I'm playing the 6-string, I have this thing called missing strings syndrome, where I'm playing the 6-string and I think there's a 7-string, so I start trying to hit a low note and it's not there. So I miss because I'm thinking, oh man, I have to adjust. So it takes me a while. I can still play 6-string. But, and I have to because a lot of my students don't play 7-string. But I have to adjust my playing just to be able to play the 6-string again. Because I'm so used to playing the 7-string and the extra string. And, what's really hard is playing melodies correctly on each instrument now. Because the skipping is different. You're used to playing a certain, width of the neck. So it took me a while actually to learn how to read on both instruments. I'm a pretty good reader, notation reader. So when I started playing the 7-string, excuse me, it was hard for me to read on this thing, to read melody notes. But I've been playing since about 2012, about 9 years now, 8-9 years I've been playing 7-string. So one of the best things that happened to me is in 2000, I started playing in 2012, and I got a guitar. And what happened was I actually was subbing on a Broadway show. And what happened was they asked me to play acoustic guitar, electric guitar, classical, steel string, but I didn't have a 6-string solid body guitar, so I had a 7-string solid body guitar. So I had to bring that guitar in because the guy would take his guitar out when he left the show to play his electric guitar another gig. So I had to bring a 7-string solid body in, and then I had to play these acoustic guitars on 6-string. So it was good for me to learn how to read and switch between the two, play the 7-string guitar. But when I was playing the 7-string guitar, I didn't play the 7th string. I had to play this first 6-string because it was a 6-string guitar part. So what's good about 7-string is you can play 6-string guitar parts, no problem, but you guys can't play 7-string guitar parts because you don't have the 7th string. So that's the advantage about the 7-string. It's really cool. So there's some questions here. Message restricted. Okay, someone's saying restrict your messages. So it adds some depth to sound. The B-flat major scale sounds third flexible. Yeah, appreciate your work. Thank you. So let me see, everybody. There's a bunch of people on Instagram too. I'm sorry, I don't want to ignore everybody. So if there's any questions on Instagram, let me know, and I'll answer them. I'm going to be finishing up soon. Someone wants to go live with me here. Who's that? Oh yeah, thank you everybody. So thank you everybody for watching on Instagram. And I just want to let you guys know, lovely guitar, thank you. Thank you everybody. Gorgeous sound, thank you. You have to be really good to memorize all these notes and tune, and it's not a general arrangement. Yeah. So you know what? There's so much stuff involved with playing jazz, everybody, that there's a lot of stuff to memorize. Someone just mentioned that. London Fender Giza said that. So thank you. And I want to let you guys know on Instagram, if you're watching and you're enjoying the show, and also on here on YouTube, if you're enjoying the show, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and on Instagram, I have these things called badges. You can buy a badge if you're enjoying the show. Right on my Instagram page, and Instagram tells me to tell you guys that so you can help support my page. And it's 99 cents to buy one badge or two badges for $2, and three badges for $5 if you want to help support my channel. Thank you. What's up, Amaris? He's my brother. I didn't know you were my brother. Let me see. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, so you can join my Patreon, everybody, as well, at Ron Jackson Music. It's www.patreon.com at Ron Jackson Music. And also, guys, I sell these Henriksen amps. So people are wanting to know about what amp I use. So let me take this off for a second so I can show you. Before I finish up, I have a few announcements. So I have this Henriksen amp, everybody. And everybody loves this amp. It's a small amp. It's like a great amp for gigging. It has mic and guitar input, full volume, 2 channels with reverb and everything. And I'm a Henriksen influencer. And, I have my own coupon code. So if you want to use that, go to henriksenamps.com. Uh-oh. Some of you guys can't read this correctly. Okay, go to henriksenamps, everybody, .com, and you can use the code Ron Jackson on Instagram as well. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson, and you could actually save 5% on the amps, okay, like this. And they're great amps. They only weigh 13 pounds, and they're 9 by 9 inches. And, and they only, and it has 120 watts. This has 120 watts. It's loud, man. And if I'm struggling to get on the subway, I just take this on there. I could put a vocalist with me. It sounds great, So you can save with my code Ron Jackson over there. And what else? A couple more announcements. I'm trying to find all this stuff for you. For you on Instagram, if you want my arrangements and stuff like that, you can't see this. You guys can see this. It's you just go to my website and go to ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can get my printables over there and print out all these arrangements. And they're cheap. They start like $1.49 actually. And you can't really see that, I think, on on YouTube. You can pick up all my arrangements and music and lessons over there. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm about to finish up. I have things to do, and you can watch the playback after this. There's a lot of things I talked about today. And the going live and talking and trying to play is really hard work, and answering questions. But I try to do my best for you guys. And what's your favorite brand of guitar? Jam Smith has asked me what my favorite guitar is, and it's actually right now it's been D'Angelico. Look at this. Look at this guitar. It's a really great guitar. It plays great. Unfortunately, they don't make 6-string guitars, but these are really great guitars. Look at this. It's a really nice guitar. So, I like to thank them for giving me this guitar. So, this is a really great guitar. You should get your own. and check it out. And I really like Benedetto's, so I'm trying to work out a deal with Benedetto guitar, but they're really, really, really expensive. So, so I'm trying to work out a deal with them to get a guitar, a 7-string guitar though, just so you know. So I don't need another 6-string guitar. So I have this. I'm using my D'Angelico, the top of the line D'Angelico, but I want to get a Benedetto eventually on 7-string. But I really love this Eastman guitar as well. For 7-string, this is a really a carved wood guitar. So it's a great guitar too. So everybody, thank you very much. So please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. If you're not subscribing on YouTube, subscribe please. Go to my store. Help me out. Pick up some music. If you want to donate, go to Ron Jackson Music. You can pay me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. And thanks a lot, everybody. Yeah. So I'm gonna get off the line. I gotta do a few things right now. Okay, we'll talk. Okay, everybody, and have a great day. And we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Come on. one of my favorite songs. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. 1, 2, 3, 4.